Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is proudly brought to you by More Beer at www.morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No.
We're going to teabag fight instead.
You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
F you, SF Beer Week. F you. And the keg you rode in on.
Your body's rejecting it by now.
SF Beer Week. So glad you're about... How long's this show going to be? You're about 4 hours away from being over. You know, I can have my liver back.
This is my last event.
This is your last event, right?
I was out every night. I've done them all.
See, I believe it, Tasty. I don't know how you do it.
I all year-round practice. I go out like 5 nights a week. So.
I mean, Tasty, you are the youngest old dude I have ever met.
I must be. I'm out there.
I cannot keep up with you.
I know. I'm out there more than you, I think.
A lot more than me. I don't even. I get out. I run into Tasty, and he's like, "Oh,
what are you doing
stranger?
here?
Leaving already?
Meet all my friends here."
It's crazy.
Yeah.
SF Beer Week. It's a good one this year. The Celebrator Beer Festival's going on right now. We're in the studio with my good friend Jamie Floyd from Ninkasi.
Hello.
Man, I've been wanting you in the studio for a while. Welcome.
So nice to be here.
I'm glad that you made it finally. You came down for SF Beer Week, and we figured we'd snatch you up on your last day.
Yeah.
Get you in here to talk Ninkasi beer.
Absolutely.
And I'm wearing my Ninkasi t-shirt, and I'm wondering if that is gay, like wearing the concert t-shirt to the concert.
I was going to give you crap about that a little earlier, but I didn't. I figured it'd be fun.
I'm that fan, aren't I? I just turned into that fan.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than your Simon Le Bon shirt, so we're all a little better off at least.
I'll give you that. I like this shirt a lot because on the back it says Jesus was a home brewer.
Yeah.
Which kind of means nothing, but if you're a beer geek, it's fun and it's funny, and I like it.
It's funny and fun.
And I've caught some shit for it. I was in the New York subway, and I'm walking up, it's crap. We all got off the train. It was a rush hour train, and we're walking up the stairs, and some dude behind me is like, he's staring at me. And I can see him. It's like one of those winding staircases, so every time I turn the corner, I see him fucking staring at me. And finally he goes, "Hey, what's that shirt?" I was like, "Oh, it's an Ninkasi shirt." Yeah, but what does that mean? I was like, "Oh, nothing." "What does it mean, Jesus was a home brewer?" And I was like, "Oh, it's like Jesus made beer, like he turned water into beer. That's all, man." And he stares at me for a second. He doesn't say anything. He's just staring at me.
Nice.
And I'm like, and he's black, by the way.
Oh. See, I was going to give you shit for backing down from some dude on the subway. But, now I...
In the New York subway.
Yeah, I would have done the same thing.
It was Terrence.
I would have given him my shirt.
He's like...
Just all your money.
What's that shirt? Here, I don't even know.
And then he
run away.
Yeah.
Just run away facing him.
You're like, dude, I'm just a home brewer. I was just trying to talk to you about this shirt. You're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. You're free.
No, I don't think he was black ashes, but he's just staring at me, and I turn to walk away, and he just grumbles. He grumbles off.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, thank God, because I thought he was going to shiv me in the name of Jesus.
Yeah.
You should have told him it's pronounced Jesus. Then Ninkasi Brewmaster's a Guatemalan fella.
Yeah, it's like the brewmaster happens to be Hispanic. What do you want from me? So I've caught a couple of odd comments here and there for this shirt, which is why I like it so much, Jamie.
Yeah, it's. I was pretty surprised when we put up that shirt. My business partner Nikos and I came up with it while we were hanging out at the Country Fair, which is a music and arts festival outside of Eugene that we're affiliated with, and it really was just that simple. It's funny. It makes you think about things. It's if you the Bible translation doesn't say water to wine, so it's really not specifically anything.
Sure,
it's not too hard to imagine. That's Jesus taught people how to fish. Probably teach people how to make wine and beer because that would keep people alive.
In essence, Jesus was a fermenter, no matter how you look at it.
I'm sure something was fermenting under that frock.
That's right.
He was a Renaissance man.
He got around. What's he going to do besides talk about some booze and stuff? Right? He's only got so much material.
Yeah, you can't take the ladies home. So I'd certainly be drinking too.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's a good whiskey dick.
All right. Speaking of whiskey dicks and taking ladies home, tonight I would like to welcome back to the studio once again the lovely Bevo. Back in studio. As you know, Bevo shot out of her vagina baby Abigail some months ago. How many months ago? How many months is
4 months today.
Baby Esther is now 4 months old.
To the day.
And
To the day.
Bevo's bouncing back nicely. And by bouncing...
They're big.
My boobs.
They're huge.
I'm talking about those feeders that you brought with you.
We actually have a trampoline here, Bevo, for you. So
now, rumor has it that since it's a long show, that baby's going to have to be fed sometime tonight.
We'll have to go 5-6 hours, whatever it takes.
Can we get our first in studio feeding?
I think we're going to have our first feeding.
All right.
Bevo, welcome back to the program.
Oh, thanks. I'm real glad to be.
Can we draw straws to see who goes first?
Yes. How long has it been? When did you take your hiatus?
A month before I was due.
Okay.
So sometime early September, I think.
Wow. So it's been like a year.
Sure.
In another year.
5 months-ish? 4 or 5 months?
5 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. Now, listen, I predicted you would never be back.
Yeah, you and a lot of people.
But you love the BN listeners, don't you?
I do. Well, a lot more than I love you guys.
Oh, gee, we thought it was us. Oh, right.
Yeah. You couldn't stay away. She wrote to me not too long ago or talked. I don't remember. She's like, hey, I
text message you.
She only texted me.
I don't like to talk to you in person.
I could come back. And I was like, if you send me a picture of those things, you can come back anytime.
So that means you have something to share for me.
Right. Oh. I'm always trying to sit like next to Bevo now that she has a baby. I'm like, I'll take that seat because I just know that it's going to be feeding time eventually, and I might just catch a little
peeky poo,
little bit.
It hasn't happened yet.
No.
Creeper.
Someday in my life, I'm going to see those things, Bevo. It's my life's mission.
Dude, they're not that pretty. Just
especially now, and
I'm sorry.
It's going to get.
They're beautiful. Just believe
it doesn't
that.
matter.
Yeah,
they're only going to get worse. Every day you don't see.
The day I'm finally going to see them.
Yeah.
We'll both be in our 70s.
They're slowly dying. Her
and
boobs
Bevo's
are
going to be
slowly
like,
dying.
oh, fuck it. And she's going to lift up her pant leg and show them to me.
Go check it out.
Probably.
That's what's going to happen. And Sam will just be going, I told you they suck.
Sam will be dead by then.
Yeah. He'll have had a heart attack.
I might marry Bevo after Sam dies.
You think?
Yeah.
I'm a lucky girl.
See how lucky you are?
To go from Sam to you.
What a life you're going to live.
That's more of just a linear, it's a lateral move. It's not necessarily an up or a down.
Oh,
That's true. Yeah.
And I wonder if anybody in her family would know.
They wouldn't even know.
They wouldn't even notice. Oh,
They'd be
Sam, you
like,
let your hair grow
Sam,
out.
you're taller.
Yeah, nice to see you, family. They won't even know. You got a
a
little
machine
taller.
gun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm wearing high heels.
Yeah. Gonna open a casino, right?
Fucking Sam. Saw Sam out at the Trappist last night. The Trappist had a Cantillon event.
Yeah?
Sam,
How's
Terrence
that
the
nonsense?
Black, and Tim were out there.
Nice.
Everybody was drunk. I saw Chad there.
Yeah?
Drunk.
Nice.
Drunk. Chad got his first weekend off in a long, I guess since the restaurant opened, since Handel's opened down
2
there.
days off.
wow.
Drunk.
Yeah?
Doc was out there.
Oh.
Sober.
Yeah, sober as a judge, dude.
Imagine that.
Right.
What'd you do last night, Jamie? Did you have another beer event?
Yeah, we did an event at the Bigfoot Lounge.
Okay.
We just 3 hours of hanging out there. We had our Sterling Pilsner on tap in addition to Triceratops Notice and kicked it. And it's a cool neighborhood bar. If you haven't been there, it looks like a log cabin on the inside and has a gigantic wooden Sasquatch or Bigfoot inside, and also some of the coolest weird taxidermy.
Really?
Just really totally campy. It's
I kind of like
pretty
it.
awesome.
It sounds very Portland to me.
It does. It's in sort of the marina area, so it has a bunch of steroid using looking like frat boys in the late 20s hanging out, and they were all wearing this weird yachting stuff. It looked like yacht porn, actually.
Sounds like
and
one
it
of
was
my
really horrible. It was we were mystified. Normally I could go into any crowd and have some fun and
Sure.
There was a guy just standing up and actually yelling the word rape. And unfortunately, on top of it all, he was wearing a duck hat. And I wanted to beat it off of his head. Except that all of his friends were ginormous with, the prickling of their asses that they do in lieu of actual workouts. Because they're all we're wearing just giant dudes in their late 20s. And they're wearing extra small yachty clothes.
Right.
Oh, wow.
So you were
And then they
hanging
had
out with
a
our friend
couple of
Shimon.
women with them that looked maybe 15 and also wearing slutty yachty clothes. And yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I don't really understand the rape part.
Yeah,
I didn't either. No, and the
guy.
guy kept saying I don't rape. He's like rape, and he kept saying it all excited, and we
Yes.
couldn't have been more creeped out in
Sure.
a few minutes, especially given just how awesome it looks in there. But it does. It looks like an amusement park sort of setting as far as the way that goes, which is really cool until you insert yacht porn, and then
Sure.
it just gets it's not nearly as fun. But
Until you insert
thankfully,
yacht porn and rape Tourette's.
yeah,
Right.
Maybe it was,
it was kind of like
Name
Tourette's. Yeah, and at least there's a fox above the bar that's looks terrified, looking down on them, and then there's this
rape.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And there's a squirrel, and his hands are Ugh.
It's like, how
It's
do you,
awesome. There's
I love
a
it.
grizzly bear head. It's got a Smokey the Bear hat on him that's it's pinned to the wall and coming out. And
Yeah.
there's a raccoon that's leaning on a branch and it's just completely relaxed. And we were all naming who we wanted to be, and that was mine for sure.
I'm going tonight after the show. This place
do it right now.
Great.
Put on your sailor shit.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, exactly. They washed out, went back to their yacht or whatever, and it got a little better for the.
It's really a
and
dinghy.
It was a little dinghy. There were a lot of dinghies there.
Let's go back to the
I
dinghy.
think that's what they were. Yeah,
Maybe they were just telling the girls what was going to happen later on.
yeah. It was not.
With their steroids and everything else.
It
Yeah.
was uncomfortable.
how do your
sad.
friends know that you're drunk? Well, you just yell rape uncontrollably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have horizontal stripes and loafers with no socks, and you're screaming rape in a bar.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking it was pretty horrible, and that's with the WH, the ladies that were hanging out there. I mean, how do you feel about your boyfriend or even your douchey boyfriend's friend saying rape at a bar? I mean, that's just super inappropriate. And
But they were whores. I love whores. I love whore
Pretty good.
bars. It's fantastic. What a good way to spend a night.
oh, it's a great way to wrap up SF Beer Week. When my liver's already on edge, I'm we definitely were doing shots of Jameson's with the bartender.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Jamie from Ninkasi on tonight. We're going to be talking about the history of Ninkasi, a little bit of guerrilla marketing in beer, and also we're going to be talking hops because Ninkasi is a good hoppy brewery up in Eugene, Oregon. If you've never been to Eugene, I recommend going, and I recommend keeping an open mind because it is a wonderfully odd place on the planet. It has a very unique population of people that are fun, outgoing, and odd. Do I have that about right, Jamie? Yourself not excluded.
No, that's absolutely correct. I try to lead the neighborhood on in that way and manner. Exactly.
I love it. It's a really great place. And I'd never known about it until I met Jamie at OBF, and he said, come down to the brewery. And I think we gave you a ride down to the brewery,
indeed.
From OBF. And I had the French people with me.
Oh, yes.
And we came down there, and there was a big festival. It was it happens every year, the neighborhood festival.
Oh, that's right, Block Party. You were down for the Block Party.
What's that neighborhood called?
Whitaker Neighborhood.
The Whitaker Block Party.
Whitaker Neighborhood.
Freaks everywhere. I loved it. It was fantastic. The French people went home to France telling all their friends, you have to go to Eugene, Oregon. And everyone from France like, what about San Francisco?
No.
Forget about San Francisco. You need to go to Eugene, Oregon.
Awesome.
They loved it. Yeah.
We'll make sure we get the French food rolling for them when they show up to town.
You will need to do that. We also are speaking later on in the show tonight to La Cumbre Brewery from New Mexico.
Albuquerque,
New Mexico. They won the gold this year at GABF in American IPA.
Wow.
Which is possibly, if not the largest, the second largest category at GABF.
It's got to be the largest.
I think it's actually way the largest.
Is it? Well, because I think it goes back and forth sometimes between pale ale and IPA, but maybe the last couple of years it has been IPA. And
wouldn't surprise me.
So to win a gold in that, you are doing something right with hops. So we might get to do a lot of hop talking tonight. Of course, we got Tasty and Nate, our resident hop gurus in the studio, to help us out with that. And, Bevo, how are those things doing already? First 5 minutes of the show, it's going all right? I'm sorry, how are you doing first few minutes of the show?
I'm great.
Okay.
Still really happy to be here.
All right, you can hit the chat now button right on the homepage. Just hit the chat button. Bevo's in there taking your questions. She'll send them over to me. And also, you can call 888-401-BEER, 888-401-BEER, and we'll take your questions for Jamie or anything else today.
Let's be honest, she's probably shopping for new onesies right now on Target.com.
Who is?
Bevo, probably.
Right.
No, I've fallen behind on my Angry Birds, so I'm trying to get back up to speed.
A few hours
3 stars,
to catch
baby.
up.
3 stars.
I'll tell you, it's been interesting, Bevo, having people do the chat moderating
that actually like it.
That actually work.
Oh.
They don't spend their time shopping throughout the show.
They may not like it, but they do it.
Right.
Which is weird. I think it's called work ethic. Work ethic or ethic.
Something like that. No.
Ethnic?
Definitely ethnic.
Work ethnic. All right.
Bevo's telling me that the sound is really low. I'm assuming that's on Justin TV, not on the regular stream. Find out about that, and I think I have a fix for it if it is. I can fix that.
I'm showing all green and yellow, baby.
Okay. All right, so we do have a lot of San Francisco Beer Week coverage on the website. Moscow's been out doing blogs and different things. I did a show on Thursday night at Zeitgeist with Matt Brunelson from Firestone and Lars Larson from Trumer, and it was a good show. I'll be posting that this week. It aired live also, in case you caught it there, but we'll be posting that for download. You can go to the BN Army blog just by going right to thebrewingnetwork.com. You'll click on the BN Army blog, and Moscow's got some coverage of different events going on there, opening night, and
the Sour Festival at Triple Rock's on there as well.
Perfect.
A couple videos.
I know that that Nate wrote up a post for the Bistro Double IPA Fest to be coming soon.
Yep. Couple of days, it'll be up next week.
We're also getting some good contributions from listeners, like we've always wanted for the BN Army blog. So I know there's a couple of those up there now, and maybe some more coming. So
awesome.
Check out all our SF Beer Week coverage there. If you want to support the BN, you can click the Amazon link right there on our homepage and do all your normal shopping, but we get a little piece of the action, and it helps us bring the show to you for free. We love that. You can also shop in the Brewing Network store for shirts, hats, shit like that. I got glassware on order. I got those little goblets everyone's been wanting for years on order with a little hop grenade on it.
Like
proper glassware.
Belgian goblet things.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
With the hop grenade etched on the thing.
Nice.
How about those onesies for Baby Esther?
No onesies yet. I got to source onesies for Baby. By the way, Baby Esther is enormously fat. And I don't know what size onesie I need for that baby. But
well, she's 4 months, so I would go with 6. 6 months.
She's like a 6-month-old baby. Was she that big when she came out of you?
No, she was 7 pounds.
I see. Is that normal?
It's normal.
Yeah, she's just breastfed babies just are fat.
Yeah.
So it's gonna go. Is it going to go away? Because Sam is kind of relentless at making fun of fat people. I'd hate for his own daughter to be the...
Oh, he calls her fat all the time.
Yeah. Hey, bring Flabbergale over here now. Just buy some patches and we can just stitch them on normal store-bought Target.com onesies, man.
I should probably do that.
Yeah, here, I made this for you.
Some iron-on patches.
Here, Flabbergale, I got you this poncho. I I'm sorry.
He came up with the nickname that's going to give her an eating disorder when she's only 4 months old.
Sam came up with that
I
name.
think that was actually Terrence's wife. Called her Flabbergasted.
Oh my god,
I love it.
Which is awesome.
Okay. Rumor is Terrence the Black is going to show up later today, too, so we might see him around here.
Good.
All right, so shop in the BN store. There's new iPhone and Android apps if you want to listen on the go. They're both free. Just go to iTunes or the Android Marketplace and search BN Mobile. BN Mobile. If you had the old one, it's no longer functioning, but the new ones are free, so just upgrade. You can watch all this on justin.tv/Brewing Network. Subscribe and join the BN Army. You get entered into the More Beer monthly donation giveaway. You can find all these updates and more on Twitter and right.
Oh, I should probably open those.
Facebook. All right. Producer Scott the Jew is available. Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. That's where you send your show ideas or questions about Judaism. Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. Also, you send feedback over to feedback at thebrewingnetwork.com. Everything else goes to JP. JP at thebrewingnetwork.com. I do have to do our AHA candidate in about 9 minutes. Maybe we have time to do feedback first. What do you think?
Hey, I don't know. There was a pretty involved question, the second one or third one.
There are a couple
run
questions in there. Let's go through it. Let's try it. And, we'll try to do it. And then we'll just get to our candidate after that. It's a short interview anyway. Let's do feedback.
Retweet
Oh, my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
Feedback's brought to you today by B. Crosby Hop Farm, a new sponsor selling hop rhizomes. They sponsored us last year during rhizome season also. They're a great farm up in Washington, and 5 generations of hop growing out of that family. And you can buy the rhizomes that pros buy their hops from. You're buying off of the same plants that your favorite professional breweries get hops from. Go to bcrosbyhops.com and check it out. All right, let's see. Eric writes in, hey, guys, I just wanted to drop a thank you for the great podcast and beer info. I've been brewing for almost 3 years now, and your shows have helped and amused me immensely. I'm currently putting the finishing touches on my super simple 15-gallon electric brewery and decided this would be a good time to set up a $2 recurring donation. Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. Great.
I love it. He says, I'm a teacher in upstate New York, and I don't have a ton of disposable income, but the $25 a year or whatever it comes out to be is definitely worth it. I like that the teacher can't do the math on what $2 a month is.
Whatever it is.
Teacher. Jesus, are we fucked?
It's 49. Let's just do it.
They know all about that rounding.
Yeah. He says, just don't tell my wife. Thanks again, and suck a dick from Eric. All right. Thank you, Eric, for becoming a donor.
Yeah. And for a teacher, I
the
guess?
gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah. Yes. The Matt Smith writes in, hey there, you no-talent hacks.
The only one. The only Matt Smith.
The Matt Smith. Hi there, you no-talent hacks. And hi, Nate and Tasty. I recently upgraded to a temperature-controlled fridge for fermentation. Yay for me, right? Well, honestly, exactly. Everything was chugging along nicely at 66 degrees, and I felt good about leaving it unattended for the weekend. Here's the problem. When I left, I turned the house heat way down, and my basement, where I ferment at, got super cold. When I got home, my Renko was reading 53 degrees, and all signs of fermentation were done. I'm a little worried because this was going to be an NHC beer, and my current gravity reading is 1022. I was shooting for 1016, he says. I also didn't get to raise my temp to allow for diacetyl rest. He wants to know, am I screwed?
No.
He says, right now I'm slowly raising my temp with a brew belt to try to wake the yeast up so I can finish up those few gravity points and clean up diacetyl. Will this work, or am I too late?
No, it'll work just fine.
I think he's got the right idea. It's
Nice.
at least worth a try.
Yeah, shake it up, too.
Oh, rouse the yeast a little bit?
Yeah.
Stir it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get
I mean,
going.
he may not get 16 out of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he got at least a couple points lower.
He didn't. The thing is you're not killing yeast. You're just putting it to sleep when you drop it below temperature, right?
Exactly.
Right. I mean, they don't like being fucked with when they're going up and down temps like that, but
Okay.
should be fine.
So there could be some flavor differences than had it gone normally, like he had anticipated at 66 degrees.
Yeah, temperature change is going to stress the yeast, and when they get stressed, they put out some unusual flavors and stuff.
But it might be better still to drop those extra few points than
absolutely.
to...
Yeah, go for that. Yeah, raise it gradually, though.
Because you're probably not going to get a lot of flavor difference because the first part of fermentation...
It's over.
It's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be... I mean, yeah.
If that doesn't work, he could always take some active yeast from a different batch or even create a small new starter and pitch that on top, and it should keep going at least down to his intended terminal gravity.
Some dry yeast. I mean, he's not going to enter it. He's not going to get feedback in a comp and go, "Oh, it really tastes like you crashed your yeast of 5 days into fermentation."
Nobody will know.
It's
It's definitely the right side to go. You want the yeast to get colder rather than to get a lot hotter.
Yeah,
it's the warmer temperatures that drive the metabolism to do a lot of off flavors.
Okay.
It might even be crisper and cleaner, like an alt.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So a lot of the ester production, especially if they were using something other than Chico. If they were using Chico, then it would still be pretty mellow. But if they were using like a London ale strain or something like that, it might actually taste more altish
because it would be very low in ester production. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Some of that point conversion was done at a much slower metabolism, so it's more lager-like.
I see.
Expression.
Oh, that's a good point. It might be the best mistake he ever made in that regard.
Yeah, the California Common, whatever.
You never know.
Yeah.
I was right about to say all that, but Jamie interrupted me.
All right. And now listen to this, JP. He says, thanks, Nate and Tasty, for the advice. Justin, JP, thanks for trying.
Oh.
I think JP had great advice.
That's right.
I think he did.
Yeah. All right, keep up the good work. That's the Matt Smith Corporal in the BN Army. Thanks for donating.
Well, he has KP duty for a week for that comment.
What's the highest rank? Is there general?
I forget, but it's like if you donate $100 a month or something. No, I'm the general. You can't go higher than
just the one. No, you're commander in chief.
I think you become a. That's a good point. Maybe I should switch that and then up our donation.
You could have a bunch of generals actually.
Let me look at the donation page and figure out.
Well, you are the 5-star general, which I believe is the highest commanding position. But there can be 1 or 2 stars, maybe, perhaps below you.
All right, you're a private first class at $2. You're a corporal at $5. You're a sergeant at $10. You're a ranger at $20. That means you're a badass right there. Yeah.
Yeah, ranger.
I want someone to call themselves a ranger.
You're a colonel at $50. And if you donate $100, it's the lunch meat recurring donation extravaganza.
That's right.
It doesn't go higher. It means you listen to that other piece of shit show
we need to do
that
one.
JP does.
So you basically get the worst designation at the highest donation level?
Exactly.
Perfect.
And I do believe we have one. Actually, no, we had one for like a month.
Well, I think when we...
So you got $100.
Yeah, I got $100.
When we first put it out there, it was like, if you want the show to not air for a month, you can donate $100.
That's true. And it didn't air. Yeah. In fact, it hasn't aired since. I think.
Right?
That worked.
Yeah, it worked very well. We're surprisingly well. I can't read this next email.
Why not?
Like it's illegible?
Well,
sound it out.
It came through to me. It came through our feedback email, and then I got a separate email about it that said, please don't make it sound like I cheated in competition, because I didn't. I was trying to do this and that. But when I read the email, I found that I thought that maybe he cheated in competition, and I didn't want to out him.
I didn't give this to you? This is not one I've seen.
You did give it to me, but he sent a follow-up email that said, please be careful how you read it, because I don't want it to sound like I cheated.
Oh, this one. Okay, yeah. I don't think he cheated.
Here, let me do this. Cheated. Actually, I'll just leave the names out, and then everybody can decide if this is cheating or not. How about that? I will leave the names out to protect the innocent.
I don't... Okay.
Here's what it comes down to. Let me ask you this. Let me preface it by asking you competition people this question.
I may have already done this.
Tasty. If you and I brew a beer together...
Yeah, co-brew it.
And then... Let's say you brew a bunch of beer. Okay, let me...
We have
I'm trying to get this right. Let's say that we brew 10 beers together. You enter under your own name into a single competition all the beers that you're allowed to enter.
Right.
But it doesn't equal the 10. So you want to enter, say, the other 3 beers. Right. But you can't. You've already filled up your limit in your in categories with your beers.
Right.
So what you do is you enter the other 3 beers under my name because we brewed them together. You don't put us as co-brewers. You put it as Justin's beer.
Right.
Is that allowed? Or do you have to list yourself as a co-brewer? This is why I'm worried about this email.
Really
It's allowed, but you should. Yeah, if you co-brew it, you should say that.
All right, let me read the email. Here's what happened. Because I don't think the guy was trying to... He just wanted feedback on all of the beers. But he had reached his maximum entry limit. He did, in fact, brew them with his girlfriend, and so entered the remaining beers under his girlfriend's name. One of those beers happened to win Best in Show.
So is she deserving of a medal?
One of her beers that they brewed together. But the only reason he did it that way was because he had reached his cap.
Right.
So he sent me this email, and then he sent me another one saying, "Oh shit! Now that I'm reading that, it sounds like I cheated. Please don't make it sound like I cheated."
Good.
Here's what he said: "Hey, Justin, Jameel, Doc, John, JP, Tasty, Muska, blah blah blah."
John.
Yeah, he's probably back in the. Well, it could be Palmer. Bruce Strong.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for the show, et cetera, et cetera. The good news: I've been brewing for over a year. Blah 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 blah. All right. Here's what he says: I brew with my girlfriend on most occasions. She has a genuine interest in brewing, particularly maltier beers. For this past competition, I was very interested in feedback more than anything else because I'm still learning. So I've got plenty of beers available to enter, and in fact, I had more than the allowed per category. So given that my girlfriend and I made many of the beers together, we decided to enter a couple of the beers we made together under her name in order to ensure that all the available beers were entered, thus sourcing feedback on as many beers as possible. We agreed. They chose a. I'm going to leave the style out in case I don't want to get them in trouble.
I don't think it's anything you get in trouble for.
In this case, the girlfriend's beer, our beer really, but the one they entered on her name, won Best of Show. Had I entered it under my name, I would have won Champion Brewer of the Show because of the other awards that he won. I would have, he would have accumulated the most overall points. So he's saying, it's great, I got the feedback, blah, blah, blah. I'm a little disappointed I didn't enter it under my name, or couldn't, because I would have won Champion Brewer.
Sounds like he makes pretty good beer.
So,
no kidding.
He doesn't have any questions. He's just saying that things are going well. He's just a little frustrated that he didn't get Champion Brewer. But I'm saying, is that illegal or not?
Well, he says his original intent was to get feedback, right? So
correct.
That's why he, spread things out a little bit.
He wasn't trying to sweep
now he's
the
lamenting
show.
the fact he didn't win, Champion Brewer of the Year.
Right.
He's like moved over to the guilty side by
non-association. I completely agree with that.
His intent is clear now.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a bad boy.
Okay. All right. So be careful.
He did a pretty good job. I don't know. I think he should complain. He should say, that was actually my beer. Can I have the award now?
Tell him.
You can test the waters. We're not the officials.
If he would have entered himself as the assistant brewer, would he have still gotten those points to his overall total? I don't know how his cup is run, but
I don't know that either.
Or they wouldn't have allowed it because he'd already reached his limit.
But but his girlfriend was the brewer, and then there's your assistant. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Wow, this whole brewer and assistant business for homebrew competitions.
It's pretty crazy,
really
right? We take it very seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it does, and that's why I was asking, because it does get very serious.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's life or death.
To me, it's really not that big a deal. But I thought that there was a rule that says if you have a co-brewer, you're supposed to list that person as your co-brewer.
That's usually what the official rules say. It varies by competition, but that's pretty typical.
But I wonder if it's not more just for just so if you and I ever make a beer, Jay, then we would both get our names on the certificate when it doesn't go through to the second round. When it says Justin and Jason have brewed a very satisfactory brown ale.
Right.
Here's their silver certificate.
Again.
Yeah.
Right.
For the 9th time in a row. I think it's more of that maybe than figuring out a cap on. But maybe, you never know. In any sort of industry or hobby or whatever, there's going to be people trying to just get the most.
Okay.
Try to soak up all that nonsense. But I'd be kind of frustrated, too. I mean, this guy got like 42 in a pale ale. It's pretty great.
Right.
When is he ever going to do that again?
Poor bastard.
I know.
Speaking of competition brewing, I heard a little rumor last night.
Uh-oh.
A little bird told me that asshole Nate over there is only entering one beer into the NHC this year.
Who told you that?
That because he got shut out for the last couple years, that he's going to puss out all butthurt and not enter NHC this year.
I'm not going to enter at all. No, I'm joking.
What?
No, I'll enter as much as I have, which
you will.
Ain't as much as last year, but it'll be a nice pile of beers.
So you're not just doing one collaboration beer with one person and no other beers?
No.
Are you lying to me, Nate?
No, I'm not. I don't know who told you that. It's a bad liar. Yeah. Now I should do that.
Because I heard this rumor, and I instantly thought, what a pussy.
I think it's great that somebody's talking shit. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, who's the source?
I don't think that they meant to talk shit. It just happened to come out in the conversation. They were like, yeah, it's the only beer he's going to enter to NHC. And I said, wait a minute.
That was probably a conversation I had at the double IPA fest that I don't remember. I was making up.
Drunk.
Yeah, I was making up crap. I don't know.
So you will enter as you're not going to puss out because you've lost the last couple years.
No. Full force.
Full force still.
Oh yeah, full force.
Boy. All right.
Yeah.
I was really disappointed. I thought, come on, Nate, what are you doing?
I don't have the lager stash I normally do. I
Tasty,
wasn't
why did
able
you
to do those this year, but I'll have a whole other grip of cool beers that hopefully will get kicked out with the silver certificate as JP was describing earlier.
You know how many of those I have?
I know. I got a big stack of those too. Those things rule.
I wonder why Tasty is planting that information. He's the mole. Tasty's the mole.
No, I don't know. I did notice that I wasn't hearing much from Nate in terms of like having his typical fermentation farm with gobs of fermenters everywhere.
Right. It was not Tasty. Was not the mole. He was not the rat.
Shit.
It was another rat.
Was it someone we know?
It is someone we know. It was not Nicole, and it was not Tasty. I don't want to incriminate Nicole either. I don't want you going home and beating your girlfriend.
No, I'm just sour grapes now that I've lost, so I'm never going to enter again.
Screw this.
And that's what I was thinking.
In fact, I'm drinking wine from now on, bro.
And I was going to have a long talk with you here on the air about what a pussy you would be to be sour grapes.
I got skunked now that I'm just
about
bitter.
The last couple of years. That competition is stupid anyway.
The jug isn't very good either.
They don't even judge it right.
It doesn't even matter, man. It doesn't. They don't even know. It varied so much.
I got a 43 on that beer in 3 other competitions. I sat in there and got a 23.
It's the same.
So whatever.
It's the same beer. I don't even get it. Yeah. I just don't even understand. I mean, if you're not going to fucking judge... Wow, I sound like me 5 years ago on the show.
You sound like
Who gives a shit? I mean, really.
It sounds like me in Minnesota. That's when I retired from competition.
Hang on, let me play the clips of both of you two again. Sounds exactly like that. All right. Well, I just wanted to check because...
No, and part of that's a little bit less, too, because I've been having a lot of fun coming in here every Sunday instead of Sunday was sort of a previous brew day for me, so I got to rearrange the schedule this next year, I guess.
Well, you know what they say, Sunday is fun day, so there's that.
There is that. All right, as you know, we're interviewing each of the American Homebrewers Association candidates leading up to the election. The election page is now up on homebrewersassociation.org, and I believe there are 7 candidates up for 3 positions on the governing committee.
Wow.
I'm on the governing committee because I'm kind of a big deal.
Kind of.
You know, I'm there and I do things that are a big deal.
What about the stuff you're doing?
I contribute things. I talk about things. I represent things.
I do shit and stuff.
Yeah, I do shit and stuff. Debbie Serta is on the line with us right now, one of the candidates this year. Hey, Debbie.
Hi, Justin.
Thanks for being on the program with us. I appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for having me. I appreciate Brewing Network and all the listeners for the opportunity to talk.
Absolutely. Well, you know that many of the listeners are American Homebrewers Association members, which, of course, you have to be to vote in this election to vote for your representatives on the AHA board.
That's right.
And as I've said, essentially the governing committee just kind of represents you, and we try to make recommendations to Gary and the crew at the AHA. When stuff comes up, they bring it over to us and say, hey, what do you guys think the membership would want? And that's what we do. And so Debbie is running for that. Debbie, how long have you been homebrewing?
Well, I was first introduced to homebrewing back in 1989 with the Houston Foam Rangers. And then I was actually doing, I guess, learning, doing extract brewing then. Had a boyfriend who's a home brewer and started out brewing on the kitchen stove, but later we wound up building out a handmade 3-tier all-grain system. My dad came over, helped us convert the garage to a brew kitchen. Learned a lot. The big thing was about sanitation. And then I got my butt to Austin in 93, began just brewing on my own in about 97, I think. Helped here and there. A local brew pub has 5-barrel system, help a little bit there. And then I met my fiancé 4 years ago through the Austin Zealots Homebrew Club, and because he's a homebrewer. And so, I still do my own solo brewing in that, but we're on Mini Mash. I've been begging him for years to move to all grains. I've been sneaking things in the house.
Atta girl.
I bought a Therminator for Christmas this year. He got a grain mill. The other day I went to Home Depot, got a 10-gallon water cooler. It's like, oh, doesn't this need something else in here? So I picked up a conversion kit as well. Got a 6-tap kegerator, and I've been pricing out merchandisers because I'm in trouble with the hubby right now because I filled the home brew cooler with commercial examples. So I'm waiting for A&E to come knock on the door for beer hoarders.
Yeah, the best thing you could do, I think, if you have a large collection, you get a commercial fridge, man.
Yeah, you got to do it. I want to get rid of my commercial fridge. It's a mess.
Yeah, well, yours is real old.
Energy suck.
Yeah.
That's what worries me here in Texas. We get some hot summers, and so it's a matter of, you look at the really pretty true that will show the glass case. And then I talked to someone last night in Houston who said, well, we just put in an 8x10 cooler in our garage. I'm like, on the drive back from Houston today, I asked my fiance, honey, how much room would that take in the garage if we could get rid of the 6F kegerator? So we'll see. I got some schmoozing to do.
Now, Debbie, if your husband already doesn't know that you are a gift from God himself, I'm telling him right now, because you know that often the stories we hear on this program are, well, I kind of had to sneak in the Terminator, and I had to sneak in the, I kind of buy things here and there, and here you are doing all the sneaking.
It's the reverse.
I love it.
The old switcheroo.
Yeah, well, Justin, I think actually you might be on my Facebook. I don't know if you saw the beer haul from Boulder, but we made it back with 12 cases of beer on a recent trip. 2 wives without the men. I don't think we'll be allowed to go beer shopping in Colorado again.
Right. I'm pretty sure that's illegal to bring that all back across state lines.
Wait a minute. I retract that.
Yeah, right.
Hypothetically,
had you done that, you're actually...
Hypothetically. It's for personal consumption.
Oh, then it's fine. It's not bootlegging at all. Right. Well, you have a great homebrewing background. Tell us why you'd like to be a part of the governing committee.
Global domination.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's doable.
Words to my liking.
I love it.
No, well, I'm a proud member of a homebrew club that prides itself on being slackers. Yet we have won the Lone Star Circuit Homebrew Club of the Year the last 2 years. Woohoo! Yeah, and the biggest thing about that is the success of our club. And what I see when I've gone to the conferences and interacting with other people from like Quaff, Maltos, Falcons, Hayes, all those guys, is learning from them and bringing that into our area for our homebrewers and building that in, as well as being able to share the achievements that we've got going. And so to me, the AHA, and so I talk about global domination, it's a joke, but it is the idea of expanding beyond being, our little group of, 50 people who get together every month or however, a couple hundred we have on our list, and go on beyond that. One of the things today that I was actually at the Texas Craft Brewers Guild meeting and talking to professional brewers about supporting the pub discount program. That's something that when I went to Colorado I saw and was very impressed by, and brought that back to Texas going, hey guys, we need to be doing this. So I love the programs. It's great.
It is an important part of AHA membership, I think. I think some people don't even know that they're members, that if they flash that AHA card, you can get a, what is it? Well, it depends on each pub can do it differently.
Everyone's different, but anywhere from 10 to 20%. I've seen 25.
Yeah. I've seen, free appetizer. I've seen all kinds of different things like that. So it is a good program.
And one of the things, Justin, that you brought up earlier was about the story that you often hear from, being the other story around is I really want to encourage more women to homebrew. And it's not just to bridge the gender gap, but it's also embracing a common interest. Hey, it's a great way to meet men, although I joined a club to make good beer. But it really pains me to hear a guy saying, hey, guys, here's a great deal on homebrew equipment. My wife wants me to sell it. And I feel that you need to have a partner that supports it. Like, I'll take the good deal, but I don't, to me, that's not supporting the interest. And beer's a great passion to share.
Sure. Justin, you remember a minute ago when you said that she's a gift from God?
Yeah.
Is there something above God?
She might be a gift from that. Yeah.
I think it's Steve Martin.
It might be. Yeah. Well, and Debbie, I will tell you, really that topic comes up on the committee quite a bit, is how we encourage more women to get into brewing, because I think most of us would like to see that. And certainly I think most people would like to see their spouse be a little more supportive about it. So different ideas and ways to support and encourage women in homebrewing would be a great thing to have on the committee.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And actually, you and Tacey are kind of partly responsible for this. Not JP, you can just suck it.
Whoa!
Whoa! Well done. There you go. Well done.
Hey, at least I don't live in Texas.
Washington's not Texas.
But no, I actually met Justin, Tasty, and Jamil at Linden Brewery back in Oakland at your anniversary party, which what got me there was I thought it was awesome. Y'all did a benefit for a local nonprofit. I think it was like Friends Outside or something.
Yeah.
But that's where I met the members of Hayes, who encouraged me to compete in the Queen of Beer competition. And since then, I've won several awards on my own, but also I have the Awesome Women's Beer League that we had a team, and we won some awards this past year.
Okay.
So, like I said, you're indirectly responsible for more women in Austin brewing, because I wouldn't have met those folks and known about the competition if I hadn't been at the anniversary party.
Well, I couldn't be happier about that, because I do think it's an important thing. And if not, just because I think it's nice that women should get into homebrewing. But let's be honest, it'd be nice to have more hot chicks around in the beer world instead of looking at a bunch of JPs in the room.
Yeah, it's a little less sausage that's going on.
A little less sausage. That should be your platform, Debbie. Hi, I'm Debbie Serta.
Just a little less sausage.
Just a little.
Vote for me. I love it. And as happens each week, Debbie, I have switched my support over to Debbie Serta this week in the AHA governing committee. I hope that you will vote for her and her platform, A Little Less Sausage.
Yeah, we'll move. All our PAC money's going to you.
Yeah.
Another flower in the brewing community.
Well, thank you. I definitely appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys and to be able to speak out to the Brewing Network listeners.
Absolutely.
So, guess they keep brewing.
We will do, and thank you very much. I wish you luck. You can vote for Debbie Serta, and you can read her profile over at homebrewersassociation.org right now. Click on membership, and you'll see it there. There's an elections tab, and all the candidates are there, including Debbie. And what we're going to try to do is get each of these interviews over there, too, so you can listen again and find out who you'd like to vote for. And Debbie sounds like a fine candidate. So thanks for being on the show. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it as well.
All right, take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
There you go. Debbie Serta, everybody. And I like her.
Yeah.
I think she sounds fantastic.
Oh,
and
yeah.
really, we really could use more women
for sure.
on the board in general. I mean, it is, let's face it, this is a dude's hobby, and we can be real stupid. So it would be nice to have some female
But we are pretty
brains.
pretty well organized.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, so the dude about the dude with the cheating email is on the line.
Oh,
all right.
All right.
We'll call
Disguise
him.
your voice.
Well, yeah. Let me put on the.
Deep throat.
I made a beer back in '79.
I'll let him introduce himself if he wants to give out his name.
Jamil Zayshev.
Cheating dude on line 2. What's happening?
Cheating dude. Thanks.
Oh, I didn't know if I didn't have another name for you. I don't know if you want me to use
You're
your
just
real.
accused. You're not found guilty.
The verdict is in.
You could announce your name if you'd like. It's up to you.
That's all right. It's Derek.
Derek, what's happening, brother? So, and I am just kind of, I'm partially joking. I did not mean to throw you under the bus. I was genuinely asking these guys if that was something that was not allowed. Just so you know.
Yeah, and I think I need to clarify, and that's why, Justin, I sent you that follow-up email. I read my email after I sent it. I'm like, oh, my God, this just comes off entirely wrong. Wow. The reality is that I brew, and I also brew with my girlfriend, but there are moments where she brews.
Okay.
And in those moments, they are her beers. Now, it's my brewing software, it's my brewing equipment, but she has a clear affinity for malty beers. And what I do is I try to steer her. A lot like you kind of did with Daniela and your older beers, and you kind of said, look, this has got to be yours, and that's the way I've done it with her. Is kind of said, I've said, this has got to be yours.
Right.
I'll guide her a little bit in terms of the recipe. I'll put the malt in. She's all of about 110 pounds soaking wet. So, I'll put the grains into the pot.
Is she hot?
I'll help with extracting it. I'll carry some things. Yes, she's very hot.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice and soapy wet.
Thank you.
We're changing our views already.
I'm very lucky.
I don't think Eric cheated at all, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's a fine, upstanding citizen.
Yes.
Yeah. Carry on.
The 110-pound girl.
Well, no, but the reason I shared it was because I felt I wanted to express my gratitude to the Brewing Network. You guys have inspired me and my girlfriend in doing this, but also I had this what if going through my head that I helped, but they were hers. They've been hers from day one.
Okay.
So, as we looked at it and then we put the beers in, we said, those are clearly yours. We're going to put them in under yours. Now, when I stepped back and looked and said, geez, you know what, if I had put it under mine, I really couldn't, but if I had put it under mine, then wow, look at what I could have won. But that was her beer.
She won that, didn't she?
She won Best of Show, right?
What part does
Yeah,
it
she won
stop
Champion
being consulting and taking the crown?
That's
Where does
the
that
question.
transition happen?
Right. If you're lifting bags of grain and dumping them in for her, and that's all, then I think you're right. But if you're going all the way through and designing the recipe and telling her
Doing all
this,
the cold side stuff,
this temperature, doing the cold side.
I was not designing the recipe.
Can I?
I was not designing the recipe.
Let me ask you this.
I made her do well, she wanted to do it, but I gave her guidance as I looked at a couple of things. I gave her guidance, and then she made the call. As an example, we used oats, and I suggested following Brewing Classic styles of a certain amount of oats. She wanted to go a little bit more to ensure that we got a silky feel. Okay. She did. She wanted to toast them. She did. These are things that she made her call, and all I did was help.
Okay. Is she there?
So,
Can we talk to her?
Where do you draw the line on that?
Can we talk to her?
Is she looking to spice things up in the bedroom?
Hey, good call. Hey, but Eric, I have a question. After she won Best in Show, did you come home and beat her?
We just yelled rape at her.
No, although I kind of felt like I had something that was coming to me, but instead, actually, I think I had to celebrate her.
Is she there right now?
I can actually get her, I think.
You think?
Yeah. Hang on.
Is her time in the closet not up yet?
She may or may not be overseas.
I may have to dig her up from the hole I buried her in after she won Best in Show.
Hold on, let me get her on the phone. Yeah, this is Derek's girlfriend.
I have to find her.
Yes, I am very hot.
I weigh 110 pounds.
Soaking wet.
And I'm really wet right now.
For $5.95 an hour, you can hear all
that.
that.
Now that this has come up.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, my question to you now that this has come up is, what do you think? Like, where do you draw the line? And because I started feeling guilty about it after I thought about it, but the truth is, they have been hers.
Derek, are you really feeling guilty about it? Like, what do you do for a living that you don't have any work to do from at home or anything to really worry about other than rereading an email you sent into an internet radio show and then calling up about it? Really concerned. I can hear it in your voice.
And
You're very concerned, and you should let it go.
You don't think he just wants to brag? Maybe like this is just a reason to
just taking that crown back.
I think it's JP's Australian brother.
What is that supposed to mean?
It sounds a lot like you.
I wish I had bragging rights for something that I wish I had earned, and because I was there along for the process, I kind of said, "Oh, geez, what if?"
Right.
What if?
Yeah.
I
we all
don't
lived on what if.
I don't think it's cheating, and who cares? It's the beer anyway, isn't it? I mean, I don't care if you brewed it or she brewed it or whatever.
If she brewed it, there's no reason for you to feel like that you should have done something differently. She brewed it. Like, don't worry about it.
It's fine.
Take all those and enter them in the NHC under your name, and you'll do great.
That's cheating. Come on, Nate. That's cheating.
What if I took like some Total Domination IPA from Ninkasi and just dumped it into a homebrew bottle and entered that in a company? Is that cheating? I don't know.
Pretty much.
That's cheating. That's cheating.
It's cheating even if I do it.
The consensus from the chat room is that you are not a cheater and that you need to take some Xanax.
Right. Also,
Zanny bars are good with beer.
Also, after I read the email, all I wanted to do was say "what if" and thank you guys. Like, you guys have totally steered me down a road. I can't believe I've only been brewing for under a year, and I've already,
awesome.
I won under beers I entirely made. She hates hoppy beers. I won a pale ale with a 41, and I also placed third with the Munich Helles. Thanks to you guys. Thanks for brewing classic styles.
Awesome. You're welcome.
Hell yeah!
Thank you for listening. Now,
you're all winners.
Let me tell you another way that we can help. If you're looking to spice things up in the bedroom or been fantasizing about surprising your girlfriend with an adventurous new toy or adult movie, here's an offer that you can't resist. You can go to adamandeve.com right now, and for a limited time, you'll get 50% off just about any item. And that's not all. When you get your 50% off just about any item, you get 3 free DVDs plus free extra gifts so sensual, I'm not allowed to say it in Australia, which is where Derek's from, by the way.
Wow.
And we'll throw in free shipping on your entire order. Free shipping, so you get 50% off. 50?
Wow.
It's my yelling all week. You get 3 free dirty movies.
Oh.
You get a sensual gift.
Australia?
And I don't know. You have to check on that, dear.
No.
And free shipping on your entire order. Just go to adamandeve.com and use coupon code BNARMY, BNARMY. Check it out. And you can buy stuff for your broad, and it helps us out.
That's the real reason why I don't homebrew anymore.
She's here. She's actually here.
Those 3 DVDs?
Yeah, no time.
I want to talk to this lady.
Derek, what's her name?
Dee Dee.
All right, thank you. Put her on the phone.
We didn't say bra size. We said, what's her name?
Nice work, Moss.
Thank you.
Dee Dee.
Congratulations!
Hi.
Best of show. Way to go.
Thank you.
Show.
So, what's up with your cheating boyfriend?
Thank you.
What a cheater he is.
No, let's just hope he's only cheating in beer. Nothing else.
Right. Now, he said that you only weigh like 80 pounds. Is that correct?
42 kilograms. I don't know what that is in pounds.
Wow.
That's hot.
I want to know what that is in stone.
That's barely over 100, actually. Yeah.
How many stones?
Not even
Yeah. I want to go the English, stone route.
So he's got the American accent. Did he move to Australia to be with you? Like 88?
He's actually Canadian. So no, we met in the hallways at work. So
Boy, did he hit the jackpot, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds
Wow.
Canadian. He was a Mountie before
Canadian.
before he met Dee Dee. He had a funny hat. So, Dee Dee, you brewed these beers, is that correct?
Yeah. So Derek is like crazy keen on beer, and he lives, breathes, talks it. In fact, I walk into my bedroom and there's a book entitled Yeast next to the side of my bed, which, of course, every girl wants to see in their bedroom. I've kind of...
How to talk to your partner.
Not exactly spicing things up, huh?
Next segment sponsored by Guy Lutzman.
Yeah, he talks to me about flocculation at 1 a.m. So.
Yeah, he does.
Wow.
He's like, oh, am I going to flocculate you tonight?
Yeah, that's it. So look, he started brewing about a year ago, and then pretty quickly moved into all grain brewing, and we started dating at that time. So I really got into it too, and I'm someone that loves making things and cooking, and this is almost an extension of it, where you can be creative and use your palate and so on. So we've always brewed together, and then about 4 or 5 months ago, I sort of said, hey, I want to try this on my own. So I really love the more maltier styles. I'm not a hop girl. So this was one of my little babies that Derek most certainly helped me with, and I couldn't have done it without him, to be honest. But
what was the beer that won the Best in Show?
My little baby.
What beer was it?
The oatmeal stout.
Oatmeal stout. Okay.
Sorry, what was that?
Nice.
I think that JP wants to steal you away from this, Derek.
I do.
You've said a lot of fine things. Oatmeal stout.
That's true. How are you with cats and never leaving the house?
Right.
How am I with cats? I actually have a cat.
Yeah.
Oh,
do
there
you
you
leave
go.
the house at all besides going to work? Like, do you stay at home a lot?
Do I stay at home a lot?
Yeah, I'm really looking for a woman who enjoys the house more than the outside.
Or the basement.
Do you have a Xanax prescription that you can share with JP?
I need a dispensary. Is what I
I'm
need.
happy to stay at home as long as he's funding my online shopping habit.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I got a soulmate here on the other line.
Keep in
Come
mind,
put 3 DVDs if you go now.
That's right.
I work at the Brewing Network, so that last part isn't going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, yeah.
I guess I'll stick with my girlfriend.
All right. As I'm running short on time, but Dee
Yeah,
Dee, you and Derek sound like a lovely couple. I don't think you've cheated. I think you probably brewed a fantastic beer with a little bit of advice and some heavy lifting.
Yeah.
And it's your
Heavy
award,
lifting.
and you should wear it proudly and enjoy it.
Even if he made the recipe up, you made the thing and controlled the fermentation and packaged it.
Yeah.
That's where it is.
Dee Dee made the beer.
Right.
And she's 92 pounds.
And she's 92 pounds.
92 pounds.
Wow.
And you know the word flocculation.
She's 3'2",
Whatever.
but she's 92.
Drop pituitary disorder.
Hail
My
yeast.
baby.
You're the size of Bevo's baby, but you're 92 pounds. All right.
Good girl, Dee Dee.
Dee Dee, congratulations on your win. I think
Winning.
It's fully your win, so well done.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Tell Derek we say goodbye, and thanks for the phone call, both of you.
I will do. Thanks, guys. See
Okay.
ya.
All right.
Cheers.
Bye.
There you go. A little delay with the Australian
controversy.
There, but I love a little controversy.
International intrigue, actually.
I think it's the James
Bond.
See
the dossier on that one,
It's the new James Bond movie.
Derek, send me a picture of Dee Dee, or I will call the competition you entered and tell them you cheated. I just want to see what we're up against here.
And I'll put your email address out on the forum.
That's right. I will make your life miserable.
Send us the soaking wet version, too.
Right.
I know your IP address. Twitter game?
Twitter game. Do it quickly.
Always it quickly.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. This week, I want to know, in my mind, I'm imagining this happening. There's a cage. There's 2 fighters.
Okay. 2
enter, 1 leaves. I want to know, the first one is Tasty. Second, polar bear.
Tasty and a polar bear enter a cage.
Who wins and how?
Okay.
Who wins and how?
In 140 characters or less for our Twitter game today. Tasty and a polar bear enter a cage match. Only one entity leaves. Who is it and how do they win? I like this game. This is my favorite.
It's not bad, right?
My favorite Twitter game yet. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to Jamie Floyd about the wonderful beers of Ninkasi. 888-401-BEERS, the phone number if you want to ask questions yourself, or hit the chat button on the homepage, and we can do it that way. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients, and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of their 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Their new Snap-Lock stainless steel cam-lock fittings will make connecting your pump or heat exchanger quick and easy. Or check out their exclusive paintball tank-based draft beer equipment. They even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Session. Brewing up our next batch of radio gold. Right now.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks to our sponsor today, More Beer. They bring you this show every single week. You can go to morebeer.com and check it out, and we thank them very much for all their years of support. Today we're talking to Ninkasi Brewing Company. A little bit later we'll be talking to La Cumbre Brewing Company. But right now we've got Jamie Floyd from Ninkasi in the studio with us.
Hello, hello.
And I cracked open your Believer, which is Believer Double Red Ale. Mm-hmm. And I first had this at the brewery a couple years ago. I think it was a new beer when I had it. You guys were just kind of coming out with it. You had maybe put it out as a seasonal before then, but we're working on putting it out as a full-time beer, if I remember right.
I kind of don't remember the exact timing
ago.
of it. We had a good time when you were there.
Yeah.
Sure. Right. But I will say, this was actually our first winter seasonal.
Okay.
So we made this the first year that we were open and served it at the Holiday Ale Festival in Portland, Oregon. And it became so popular, we kept it year-round. So it did go through that transformation. I don't remember if it was during that time period. But we also didn't bottle right away. So even our regular beers were, only available in draft and not everywhere for a while. So, but yeah, Believer Double Red. People ask me what really inspired me to be a home brewer or a serious home brewer. I started homebrewing when I was 18 years old in college.
Is that right? Did you go to college in Oregon?
I am a duck. Absolutely.
You are? Okay.
Solidly a duck.
Yeah.
Winning ducks. By the way, I don't know if you know about that or not, but
you guys are winning.
Yeah, there's something about some roses.
I see. Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
In the old Rose Bowl, huh?
Interesting.
These things happen for us.
They do.
Anyway, so back in the earliest days, late 80s, early 90s, Deschutes' Jubile Ale was the amazing beer for me at the time and really made me kind of nerd out.
I still like that beer.
And I have a big belief system in general about your favorite beers. They're attached to the moment that you have. And here I am, just off of Mount Bachelor, snowboarding all day. At Deschutes, I am 18.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having cask conditioned Jubile Ale. This is amazing. It's like puts a permanent thing. This beer is not meant to be anything like Jubile Ale, but in addition to making IPAs and stouts and other things that people who first get into homebrewing, I started working on a recipe for this sort of style of beer. Big and malty and rich, and also still has a lot of hops. Very Northwest style, winter seasonal. But you don't have to advertise it just as a winter seasonal. You can sell it all year long.
Right. How big is it? It's a double red, which I like the idea of rather than putting out kind of a plain old red ale. You kind of went for it. How big is it?
It's 6.9% alcohol. Has 60 IBUs.
Okay. It's pretty big.
It's pretty big.
The malt character of it is awesome. I mean, it's a nice kind of that grapey malt comes out of it to me. Mm-hmm. But then it's got a good hop character, like you say, too. Can you tell us about the malt bill?
The malt bill's got a little bit of every caramel malt in it.
Really?
It's designed to have, people are always asking what's the difference between a red ale and a double red ale. And, it's got more of everything in it, obviously, than that. Typical red ales are like 5 to 5.5% alcohol. in that 20 to 40 IBU range. So this is more assertive in all that way. Normal red ales, you typically are going to get some caramel, some toffee, maybe some biscuit-type flavors, but this intentionally goes further than that, and you actually get the prunes and the dates and some of the complicated melanoidin complexities that come from like 135, 165, and C80 and stuff like that.
Wow.
So there is a touch of that, which then also, of course, means there's a hint of roast if you want to look at it, and even a touch of chocolate flavor. So it's kind of the full-spectrum malt flavor. And that's what's cool about it, is you can search and find those different flavors in it, but the hops are there to kind of give it a full round flavor.
Yeah. Are any of those crystal malts in a more prominent quantity, or is it kind of an even addition of each of those?
Oh, the 135, 165 is in much less quantity because of its ability to change color and throw roasted flavor into things, for sure.
Okay.
But I get a lot of that flavor in the beer.
And also, I mean, of all of our beers, and, this is just a reality for all beer, the melanoidal complexities, oxidate and kind of give those sherry flavors and port flavors. So even in the best conditions, this beer, if it's 3 months old, will start to throw some of those flavors in it, which, I think is appropriate to the style and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's something you have to be aware of. And so there is, it's kind of evenly dispersed, but the stuff that really does the oxidative decomposition, we were trying to minimalize a little bit in that.
So it's got a pretty decent shelf life because of that, too, then.
It's got the higher alcohol content in the hops as well.
Yeah.
So it's got a little bit of that, but, of any beer that you can find that's maybe past its date on a shelf, that one's going to throw the papery flavor first, probably, for us. We keep melanoidins out of a lot of our beer. So
you do, I see. Here's what I find interesting about you telling me that malt bill and having a little bit of all those crystal malts in it. It is a particularly kind of a new home brewer thing to throw the kitchen sink at the beer. We want to use everything in the beer.
Right.
But generally when we do, it turns into a muddled beer. It doesn't have any unique characteristics. We've used everything, but we've hardly known what any of those flavors are but I think that this, like you said, you can kind of go through it and pick out the individual flavors of the different malts. So I'm curious how you're able to do that while also using so many different malts.
Well, I mean, and that really is the cornerstone of this being a recipe that I've worked on for over 20 years. I mean,
I see.
I've really played with the recipe a lot. I've done a lot of different combinations of malt with the hop. For the most part, I've been a big fan of the Fuller's yeast strain, and so it's had that continuity for most of the time that I've been making that style of beer. Not as much maybe as a home brewer initially, where I was messing around with a lot of other yeast strains because I was geeking out, but once I kind of got into a professional format, I was using London a lot, and so that helps with those flavor. That helps a lot with the flavor too. Those extra ester flavor and profile softens some of the edges too that you would find in those grains.
That's a good point. I think now that you mentioned Fuller's, it's one of those things where you might not pick. I might not have told you that, but as soon as somebody tells you, I can taste the Fuller's brewery in this beer, which is the yeast. I mean, I can taste that.
It's it's been a long weekend. So what is it, the 1778 or what's that one, the vintage one that they make?
I think it is
maybe even just the vintage beer, the one that they make every year and put in bottles. I think that sometimes this beer tastes a lot like that beer.
Yeah,
it's not as hoppy, obviously, from the A, because it's Fuller's, and B, because it's come across the moat. But when I first had that beer a couple of times with it, I was like, well, that doesn't suck. That's cool.
Well, and I think it's clearly a larger beer than the Fuller's, and it has more malt profile. But the way the esters work with the malt, you're right. That's a real Fuller's kind of stamp on it, which is kind of a testament to how much impact yeast has on a beer like this.
Oh, this beer is completely different with Chico yeast. I mean, it's like night and day. You're going to get all of those integrated. All those malt flavors are no longer going to have the similar integration to it. And the hops are going to be kind of more flashy in your face. When you don't have that ester profile, when Chico's clean, sort of ester-less, less estery profile, it'd be much more of a smack in the face,
right?
As far as those flavors, you would taste a lot more of what you taste in a lot of the Imperial Reds or double red ales, which is, in my opinion, double IPAs with crystal malt in it.
Okay,
so ours is intentionally more malty, and I was fortunate enough to sit on the GABF judging panel of the first ever Imperial Red double red ale category, and it was pretty interesting. Michael Jackson was on the panel. There were John Harris from Full Sail was on the panel, and I and some other folks, and it was a pretty amazing process because John and I and John and I are pretty hop head oriented. Like, it's not to say that Full Sail doesn't make their side of malty beers, but neither of us are considered people light on the hopping. And that was our biggest complaint when we judged that the first year, is we thought there wasn't really malt complexity. We're like, where's the double redness of this? I'm getting the double hoppiness. And that is by far what the standard is now. It is sort of the red double IPA sort of category as far as I'm concerned.
It's just a color thing, but not a taste thing, not a flavor thing.
Point. I haven't made the T-shirt yet. I really need to go and do it because it's easy to pick up the phone and call these guys and do it for me. But I haven't done it yet. But I want to have one of my penultimate nerd shirts is keep the melanoidins out of my IPA.
I see. Yeah,
I'm pretty staunch on that. It's not that they're bad beers at all, but that decomposition of the oxidation of those melanoidins later really interfere with the hop flavor and kind of take those beers to a reductionary level that I don't like right away.
That's a good point. Is that just a malt choice thing?
I'm really opinionated.
Okay,
I think is what it is.
No,
and
I mean the method of keeping the melanoidins out, is that a malt choice? Because melanoids also come from a long boil and things like that too, right?
Well, you can actually, you could. If you did want to do a 7-hour boil on your IPA, you could probably throw some on there. I mean, I don't think you might not have a lot to drink either at the end of the process, but it's very specifically the malts that you use. It's the crystal process. That process is what is changing that stuff, and so it really makes if you keep crystal malt. Excuse me, I realized I could actually belch.
You could do it right on the thing.
Next time.
Somebody will complain.
I'm going to start powering through these beers so I can get a couple good ones in then.
And then get on a plane.
Hey, my name's JB. Would you like to pull my finger? That's where I'm going to be by the time I catch an airplane. That's not a joke.
That's true. You will be.
That's one of my go-to jokes.
Yeah.
That's how I know I'm working a crowd.
Wait, did you say that you're feeling a little cold? Pull my finger. I'll warm it up right away.
And then I just shit myself.
So you make this beer so that you can have your melanoidin fix. You can get some of these malts in there. And then we're going to move over to your IPAs in a little while, too. And my guess is we're not going to taste these crystal malts in there.
That is correct.
Because that's not what you want in your beer.
Das ist right.
Yeah. So I think that you're going to find yourself aligned with most of the people in this room that you want a nice, dry, hop-forward IPA as opposed to a big, sweet, and then add a shitload of hops to counter the sweetness type of IPA.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of residual sweetness actually in our IPAs compared to some of the ones that are really popular right now.
Okay.
But the number one philosophy we have for all the beers that we make is balance and drinkability.
Okay.
Budweiser has it right. Drinkability is the most important thing. We have the different reason for it. We have different definitions of drinkability for sure.
Yeah, it's not marketing. That's your different reason.
Yeah. Triple hop. Yeah, let's do this. But at the same time, with that, as a part of it, there is enough residual sugar because sugar acts like salt as a flavor enhancer. And so if you want hop flavor, you need to have sugar. You need to have that residual sugar in there so that it actually carries the flavor and isn't just raw bitterness and aroma principles. You have 3 different systems that create sensory, ability in your head. So your olfaction, your gustatory, and your trigeminal nerves are the ones that create the sensation of taste and smell. And that sugar is a keystone in the way that salt is in other foods to really bring that flavor out. So it does finish dry in a way compared to some, but it's not nearly as dry as the ones like you're saying that just have so much bitterness right there at the front that it sort of artificially dries the beer out.
Right. Okay.
Our double IPA does have a lot of residual sugar in it, and a lot of people, if they taste them side by side, some of them will say that the IPA is more bitter, but that's because their perception, because of all the sugar, is unleashing all that hop flavor and making it seem sweeter, even though it does have a lot more IBUs than a regular IPA.
Okay. So what's the second one that you poured us here, Moscow? Because I poured the Believer, but you were pouring an IPA, right?
Yeah, the Total Domination.
The Total Dom.
Oh, I thought those were still going around.
Oh, did you not get some?
You need some
I'm waiting.
Sorry.
No, it's cool.
I drank yours.
Jamie didn't pass to you like a dick.
What about the other one? Do we have the other one?
Oh, you didn't get the Believer either?
No, I didn't get shit.
Here,
and I was being a nice guy going, hey, maybe it's going around.
There's more of both. I can go get some more.
Like syphilis. It's going around.
It's going around. Shut up, Bevo. I don't know what you're laughing at over there.
She just got positive
Syphilis
tested.
is funny.
When it's on somebody else's body.
Exactly.
All right, so I see. Let me ask you this, Jamie, because I'm going to tell you that talking about the sweetness and how it carries flavor is it's a little controversial in the sense that I get what you're saying about big flavor and needing to be backed up with a little bit of residual sweetness.
Yes.
Here's the problem I have with it. It goes to drinkability. Correct. One big pint of a beer with a significant amount of residual sweetness, and I might not order a second pint of that because it can be filling. It's a lot on the palate. Maybe because of what you're talking about, it does enhance all those flavors so much that it becomes sweet after a full pint. That I might not order a second pint.
Right.
So it's a weird... I guess I'm saying that you're kind of walking a fine line where I can see how you want to enhance the flavor, but you're also making a pretty robust beer.
Yeah, well, I mean, 6.7% alcohol isn't a giant beer for the IPA category. A lot of them are in the 7.2 range or more at this point, and still calling themselves regular IPAs. I'm totally in support of that. That's fine. But when you up the ante in all of those things, for us, the deal is that when we add any component to it, whether it's alcohol content, body, aroma, it all needs to be in balance. And so if I'm going to make a beer at a certain size, it needs to have all of these components to have the full drinkable ability of it. That is what we're preaching. Our beer, Total Domination, is popular with people who don't like IPAs.
Yeah, I can see that.
And it's because they like Greyhounds and lemon drops and super citrusy things, and they don't think about beer, and they really like it and get into it. It's been a great hallmark for us. It's probably... it's definitely more of a reason why women get involved with our brewery than just our name and stuff like that and some of the stuff that we're about. So, with the double IPA, it's the same thing. It's 8.8% alcohol. It does have significantly more residual sugar in it, but it's a double IPA. But it's not overblown, and what it does is allow you to still drink a pint of it, which is my number one complaint with a double IPA.
Yeah.
Is if you can drink... Snifting only has its place certain ways. I like to drink a full... we sell that beer in 22-ounce bottle.
Right.
I mean, a couple of them, you really need to be close to your couch, and, your spine is one with whatever flow of the back of your couch is,
right.
And, Archer gets a lot funnier, and, all these things happen. But it's, that's important to us, that even our double IPA is extremely drinkable.
Okay.
I think the IPA, it's a good gateway IPA. I think for in a craft beer, a lot of people will talk, myself included, about session beers being a good gateway beer. But this beer has a lot of flavors, like almost like a biscuity, grainy, nice malt to it that a lot of IPAs don't really have. And I think you can definitely use this as a springboard to train other people to talk about different flavors and beers. Okay, this you can kind of get in this red ale a little bit. There's a little bit of that flavor, and you can kind of start making the comparison along just across the lines.
Yeah,
something you really don't get in a lot of IPAs.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
It's not 2-dimensional. It's not malt and then hops, and this is my IPA.
Right.
What I mean?
But your use of
different.
I think maybe I sort of misdescribed Ninkasi Brewing Company a little bit. I mean, even you said that you guys are known as a not afraid to use the hops brewery.
Absolutely.
But I think I've misdescribed a little bit in how much attention you're paying to the malt bill. In fact, you've said several times now that the key is balance. But I think an even more descriptive way to talk about that is that you're really focusing on how it balances with a lot of different malt characters and a lot of different hop characters to make that balance. It's not a simple equation with you, I guess is what I'm getting at.
No, I mean, and that's it's one of the biggest compliments we get, given that we use a standard ale yeast strain for most of our beers and stuff, is that our beers are unique.
Yeah.
Each one of them is unique. Our double IPA is a completely different recipe than Total Domination. So Tricera hops is a very different beer.
Okay.
But also, we make a beer called Made in the Shade that has been described as a summer IPA, which is this weird Pacific Northwest sort of...
Wow. I hope that's a new category in
Summer
GABF.
IPA.
And now Summer IPA.
Oh, it'll happen eventually. Yeah.
This is getting ridiculous with these
well, just wait till I put it in a barrel, right?
Yeah.
I think there's summer English ale, so you have some precedent there.
But the thing is about it, and some bloggers and stuff are the ones that cited that flavor. But what we did in that beer is I put flaked oats not flake dough, excuse me, flake barley in it, and it really softens the nature of the body and the mouthfeel.
Okay.
It has more bitterness than our regular IPA, less than our double IPA, and all of that together creates a completely different drinking experience. It still has a ton of hops, and it has a more focused, like, kind of hit to the face at front, but then it's so smooth because of the flake barley that you're just sitting around drinking it and, and
Right.
happy about it. So we've got 3 functionally different IPA styles of beer that we make at least annually, with the Made in the Shade is at least out 2.5 months a year in the summer. So we make all these beers, and they're completely different than each other. And there isn't anybody that would drink it that would think, oh, that's the beer with this or that's the beer with that. Our amber ale doesn't have the same, our double red ale doesn't have the same hops, and it's not just a copy of each other with a different color.
Yeah,
and that's really important for us. And so those subtleties really are important.
So these are all English ale yeast, Fuller strain?
That was my question too.
All of the ones that we have in front of us, all the ones that are in that 4-pack. We definitely... Oh, that's actually not true, because Slayer is not. So we'll talk about Slayer later.
Got it.
But, and then, of course, we make some lagers and do some other things, too. But our standard house ale yeast strain is Fuller's.
And again, you mentioned it with the Believer. This Total Domination would be a completely different IPA with like a Cal Ale. with the cheaper strain.
Totally different.
And in fact, as a home brewer, I would almost want to get your recipe for Total Dom, do the Fuller's strain, and do the Cal strain, because I think it'd be an interesting, kind of test at how different they are. And do you think that the Fuller's finishes as low in attenuation as the Cal would?
No, and that's actually kind of the deal for us.
Part of
that
it, yeah.
We are able to ferment and do regular brewing processes the way that other people would with that. We don't have to adjust our mash. It's just that it does finish a little sweeter naturally.
Got it.
That's part of the production of it. And so we don't have to augment and really tweak all of that stuff to make those properties happen. It's actually a part of it. And it really, the ester production and then that little bit of sweetness, it really changes it.
What is your fermentation temperature in order to get the right amount of kind of mouthfeel and sugar that you want in there?
We do 68 degrees for the most part. We've done a few experiments with batches at 66 degrees just because that yeast strain ferments so heartily that we lose a lot. And I mean by a lot of foam out of the top of the fermenters and stuff like that. And so we've done a few experiments at a slightly colder temperature. I think
I've seen your floor at High Krausen, and you're right. There is yeast going just all over. I mean, I know you do the bucket too, but you know what I mean. Like I've seen a lot of yeast coming out of your fermenters. A shitload of krausen.
Thanks, Justin, for bringing that up.
I really appreciate that.
Look, there was one time. There's a lot of
I think that's a good.
lot of meaning in that, Justin.
I mean, it rips through that beer, is what I'm saying. I've seen it blowing up.
And I should add too that I've done some. I've used that yeast at in the 50s and before to do when I brew strong Scotch ales at Steelhead, I would use that yeast strain at like 56, 58 degrees. And it would hammer it through.
Still go through.
I mean, once you get it, I would let it, depending on when I finish the brew, I would either let it go overnight, maybe at 63 or 64, so I make sure it gets a solid ferment. But all that sugar in there, it's constantly fighting the whole way. I mean, it depends. Again, it could depend. I mean, if you're home brewing, your fermenter situation is a lot more vulnerable because there's not as much volume as far as temperature changes. So your outside environment is going to be more impactful and changes the way it ferments. But if you can get it going and rolling and there's enough sugar in there, I mean, you can do alt-style brewing with it and have pretty good luck. The Scotch ale was way cleaner in terms of ester production than our general ales at 68 are. So it has that ability. That's one of the things that's great about that yeast strain. It also has a lot of real ability to still ferment at higher alcohol contents. I've been able to get wheat wines and stuff in the 14.5% range with single pitching.
Wow.
Things like that you don't normally find. And again, and with wheat wine, it's also got wheat in it. So it's really hardy to a lot of different grains. It's, for those of us that love it, that ester production is almost mandatory. So, how
about your mash temperature in order to get the body that you're looking for in the mouthfeel?
This is most of the time that beer knocks in at about 151.
Okay. That's
150, 151.
That's sort of mid-range, isn't it? Because some people do the 148 side, some people do the 156 side at the high end, right?
Right.
That's generally the low and highs, yeah.
Okay.
It's a low and highs mix for sure for us. And we do have the ability to, we have a 4-vessel system, and we are able to adjust the temperature of our mash. So we have a pretty good ability to do that stuff.
Bevo, is that a question for Jamie on the phone?
Yeah.
All right. We got Brian from Oregon on the line, wants to talk to Jamie. Hey, Brian, what's happening, man?
Hello, Brian.
Hey, man, how are you? Yeah.
Hey, brother, you got a question for Jamie?
No, you just covered it. I was curious about his mash sentences, whether he was just doing the single infusion or if he was stepping it up in any way, shape, or form.
We definitely mash out, so we do raise it. Once the conversion process is done for our ales, we do raise it up and mash out. I will also say we do step infusion mashing for all our extremely high-gravity beers, so the Imperial, even the Triceratops, no. I think with Triceratops we don't actually do that standard practice, but if we're trying to maximize the volume of our mash tun, we do maximize the time output, and we'll spend the extra 40 minutes to go through the 20s, the 40s, and then mash out. So we actually spend that time for high-gravity beers, and then, of course, for when we do lagers and other things like that. Then,
so you'll bring it up to 120-ish? 122, and then 142?
Yeah, it depends on the beer. Most of us would typically go on the lower side of the 140s range, and then
up to your 151 for the final.
Yeah, you might hit the 151 at the end because that low 40 and then transition. You don't need to go all the way to the higher range at that point because all those sugars have moved.
Okay,
and then mash up, and you don't need to spend a lot of time.
Mash out like a 17. Like what is that? Like 170? You go way up to that for mash out?
It pretty much we push it over. We have a 4-vessel, so as soon as it hits that 168, 170 range, we know that the balance of the volume of the body of that entire thing is at that level. We can push it over.
And is the mash out just to lock everything in? So like everything you've done now, we're just going to keep it right there. We bring it to this temperature so that it all stops.
Yeah, you want your enzyme conversion to really stop at that point.
Okay.
I mean, there are brewers that would probably do differently than that, and they're kind of, unless they really just sit there on their mash and let it drain, they're wasting sugars either way. So there's not really that much more reason to keep going.
Okay. All right. Brian, Brian, does that cover it for you?
Yeah, dude, that covered it.
Right on.
Sweet.
Thanks for the call, brother.
Yep.
I got...
Wait, did he just say chow?
I think he did say chow.
Block his number. He's never allowed to call again.
Cali Pro is in the chat room, Jamie, and he says, Ninkasi Made in the Shade is my favorite beer. I'm supposed to squeeze you for the recipe. Or
wow.
if I can't get that, he says, just if nothing else, please let Jamie know that I'm such a fan of the beer and I can't get it in California. He's down here in California, and he loves the Made in the Shade.
Yeah, Made in the Shade was actually available in 22s last year in California region for the period that we sold it. And there are examples of places that do some shipping and stuff like that of the beer. So it's possible to get the beer for sure. We're hoping here in the next year and a half, there'll be much more coverage of the California region and have better access to it. So
yeah,
you've been able to find our beers in BevMo's statewide for the most part, and we're working with Whole Foods to have kind of a bigger dynamic while we try to sort out the rest of the Bay Area and other things like that as well. So it is coming. We're just very slow and methodical about the way we grow.
Okay. Would you be able to spit out off the top of your head something close to the Made in the Shade recipe that a homebrewer could do, even if you just did percentages?
No, well, I mean, honestly, for me, it's just not the way that I actually do that process, which isn't that I'm really closed with my recipes. It's just that I really want people to learn. Because when I started brewing in 1990, there were like 3 books, not hundreds of books.
Right.
It was mostly extract brewing. There wasn't clone books or clone recipes. You kind of just went out and did it. And so I'm a big believer in really using ingredients and really playing with it. And, so I can definitely embellish it. I mean, I definitely gave a huge secret away to that beer, and that, which we always say anyway. We're not really secretive, again, about our recipes at all.
Yeah.
But, there's flake barley. There's obviously not crystal malt in it. I've already said that. So you're looking at 2-row and some Munich malts in there for sure. One of the things that we use at our brewery is Carahel, which adds head retention to beers without using wheat. Okay. And so that's in a lot of hoppy-sided beers that we're not trying to pull melanoidins out of. So
that's a nice one for hoppy beers for sure.
It is. It does. It helps that. It's a
nice Carapils alternative is the way I started, falling into it, and it's kind of a nice way to look at that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Why would you not use Carapils? What does that add that Carahel doesn't?
Foam stability?
Well, foam stability is part of it. and Carahel is a Wireman product, and they're very specific and trademark it. So there's not to say that there isn't other grains necessarily out there. It's just...
I see.
We source most of our ingredients very local to where we are at, but we still geek out and buy, German malts and some British malts too.
Okay.
So, I designed that beer for the Oregon Country Fair, which is a music and cultural festival that's outside Eugene. Happens every year. Actually, the first beer that we made as a brewery was actually purchased mostly by people going to Country Fair. And like I said, that's where Nikos and I created the Worship the Goddess thing, was that first year that we were there.
Okay.
We were asked later to take over the beer garden there. So we actually provide beer for the entertainers of Fair. And Fair is a non-alcohol event to the public, so they don't vend beer out in the public sphere.
I see.
But there's a lot of partying going on, obviously.
in the non-public
If I'm there
sphere.
every year, definitely.
Nikos is your business partner?
Nikos is my main business partner. That's correct.
All right.
Started this whole shindig.
Yeah, we didn't even cover that just briefly. How long's Ninkasi been in business?
Just over 5 years now. We started in 2006, June of 2006.
When you did some brewing professionally, though, before Ninkasi?
I worked for the Steelhead Brewery chain for 11 years.
All right. That's how you know, like, our friend Sully and some guys like that who worked at Steelhead.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sully came up and worked with me for 3 weeks when he got hired. We actually have the same Jedi Master in terms of our first brewery bosses. He had two, one being Paxman from Triple Rock, who's probably... sure if he's ever been in town, probably
IPAX. It was like
IPAX,
a nod to his history there.
I see. Okay.
And then Sean Donnelly was also a brewer at Triple Rock that hired Sully over there and trained him. When I got hired at Steelhead, I was a cook at Steelhead, postgraduate, and just kind of kicking it, and had been turning in homebrews and stuff. And Sean was the head brewer. Donnelly was the head brewer at Steelhead in Eugene, and he needed an assistant, and asked if I was interested, and it had never really occurred to me to be a brewer at the time, and right place, right time, got involved. So it's one of those things. You've been around the two of us enough to know that, there's more. I don't know how Sully was able to genetically mutate both of us, or Donnelly able to make us so friggin' similar. But Sean came up, and we spent 3 weeks together, and the bromance was born then. And
I heard that I was talking to Sully the other day, and you guys did Allies Win the War together.
Mm-hmm.
The 2&A put that beer out in a can that was done with Jamie, and he said that you guys went on like a maniac of a tour. Like you thought you were rock stars, and you went on a tour.
The Bender tour.
I went on a maniac tour.
I see.
Him and
showed
Nico
up every now and then.
Tag team the son of a bitch. Tag team me the entire time. Like, it was unbelievable. I'm up for this day. Nico's up the next day. It's Sully style.
Oh, so you were the other one who had to do every date.
I did every event. All of them.
Because you wiped Sully out, too.
Yeah, Sully, I saw
He's
him.
still recovering.
He's like, I've got pneumonia. I'm dying. I'm old now. You ruined him.
I didn't think
Jamie.
he had gray hair.
That was
before
like 48 hours in Manhattan.
That was just one leg.
He did put us up at the Bowery, and so, at that point, all bets are off,
I see. He said he had a great time.
It was a great time.
But that you guys were maniacs together. And
these things happen, I know.
Right.
It is kind of sad sometimes to see my friends of supposed strength fall away, feebly fall away, catch planes away from me, and stop having to be in the same room drinking with me. And
I think only Tasty could be your wingman in this room, because I would probably I'd do a Sully. I'd be like, listen, Jamie, I'm dying.
Even the Colossus.
Hey, I'm just going to say right now, I'm the big spoon.
So that's coming up.
You need to establish that with Tasty ahead of time.
Well, you called it first. That's not fair.
All right, let's do this. We'll take a quick break. We'll talk more beer with Jamie Floyd from Ninkasi when we come back. Plus, we still have La Cumbre Brewing coming up, who won some great awards at the GABF this year. We've got a couple more Ninkasi beers to try. I've got questions in front of me. Hit the chat button on the homepage or call 888-401-BEER, and you can talk to Jamie yourself. Hang in there. It's The Session.
listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey brewers, it's planting season. Have you ever dreamt of walking through your own hop garden? Well, look no further than Woodburn, Oregon, and the Crosby Family Hop Farm. Blake Crosby and his family have been passionately growing hops for 5 generations. And right now, they're taking orders for 2012 rhizomes for all retail and wholesale customers. The Crosbys know how to grow hops and are here to help you establish your family's very own successful hop garden. In fact, when you plant a hop rhizome from the Crosbys, you're using the same plant your favorite professional brewer bought his hops from. Friendly professional service, fast shipment, and quality hops at competitive prices. The Crosby family brings all of this to you. Call 503-982-5166 or visit bcrosbyhops.com and let Blake Crosby and the Crosby Hop Farm help make your hop garden a reality. bcrosbyhops.com. Hops from the Crosby Family Farm to yours.
And now, Northern Brewer presents What If Homebrewers Ruled the World?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, I will lead you into the gallery area. Now, the first piece up for sale today is a Jamil Zainasheff original, a bottle of 1997 vintage Evil Twin.
Oh, I see.
A bidding for this one-of-a-kind piece will start at £7,000. And if you'll continue to follow me, ladies and gentlemen, I can show you a rather abstract piece from Bay Area brewer Justin Crossley. It's a German Doppelbock entitled Justin's Giant Bock. The brewer's notes here indicate that this beer had excellent mouthfeel.
That's just a crazy dream, or is it? With Northern Brewer, a thirsty nation can craft its own ale and lager for the greater good of mankind. Northern Brewer, the home of $7.99 Brew Saver shipping, superior customer service, and the finest selection of home brewing goods for the future.
What does craft beer mean to you? Is it a delicious way to support your town's local brewer? Or perhaps it's the perfect beverage to pair with those delicious meals at your favorite restaurant and at home. Regardless of whether you're thinking of pints or pairings, pilsners or porters, craftbeer.com is the site where craft beer lovers come together to learn and share. Craftbeer.com is brought to you by the Brewers Association and celebrates the best of American craft beer and its brewers. Craftbeer.com is the best place to find craft beer events, recipes, great feature stories, the most up-to-date brewery listings, and resources for your next beer tasting or dinner, like style guidelines, pairing mats, and charts. Get the inside scoop on new beer releases and special events from today's craft beer insiders, and chime in to share your own knowledge, perfect pairings, road trips, recipes, and more. Craftbeer.com, celebrating the best of American beer.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping.
Well, yeah, but...
the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers just say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Tuned into this session because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
the show. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. We still got Jamie Floyd from Ninkasi in here. And, speaking of good beer, Tasty, I had to go back to your Celebration clone that you're pouring out
really
there.
good.
Yeah, it is.
That is nice.
Hell yeah.
Isn't that good? And oddly enough, it tastes like Celebration.
I think it tastes better.
Yeah?
That's actually a failed batch. I call that Celebration fail.
Is that right?
Had a stuck mash.
Maybe that's why it tastes better.
Yeah, right?
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
that's it.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be hard to reproduce.
And now that Bevo's back, we'll write off Sierra Nevada as a sponsor. Thank you very much.
I've been in talks with them for 6 months.
Oh, I've been trying for a year, Scott. Don't worry about it.
Well done. So, is it time to breastfeed yet, Beav? Jamie's got to leave soon.
Yeah, and he's real hungry.
It might be.
It's almost time. All right.
You can't get on a plane empty stomach.
Empty stomach.
Creeper.
Jamie's like, wait a minute. I did not sign up for this shit.
No, it's a bone.
But I will.
I was going to say, where do I? No.
Otis is what we have in our glass right now.
Otis Oatmeal Stout.
Oatmeal Stout, huh?
Oh, yeah.
JP's a big fan of oatmeal stouts.
I love oatmeal stouts.
Otis Oatmeal Stout was our second winter seasonal. So the second year we were open, we made this for the Holiday Ale Festival as our winter seasonal. And again, it became so popular, we kept it year-round.
It's good.
Yeah. And it's because myself, Matt Beatty, and Ian Fuller, two of the other senior brewers of the Ninkasi world, the three of us created this beer together. And the reality is it's our favorite style of stout.
Okay.
I've made a lot of stouts in my day, but especially when you're going to, again, if I'm going to embellish the Fuller's Yeast strain again, it does very nicely and lends itself well to this style.
Okay. Oh, yeah, this one's good.
Of course, for us, we're considered a hoppy-forward brewery. This beer is absolutely not hoppy. We use only nugget hops in it in first and second edition for bittering, and there is no aroma or apparent anything for that. It's meant to be malt forward and just enough hops to balance it.
So is that at 60 minutes and 30 minutes and that's it? Or what's the second edition?
For 90, 30.
90-30.
Yeah, we do an hour and a half in that fancy professional world.
You do? An hour and a half?
Hour and a half boil.
What do we do? We do that too, don't we? Sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Usually
most people do.
Yeah.
Okay. 60 business is kind of...
But if I do a 90, I don't put my hops in until 60. You put them in at 90.
Yeah, that would... for our Power Calandria kettle, that would be pain and dangerous every day of the week if we waited 30 minutes before we added hops to the boil because it would overboil every day.
I see.
So that would be not a good way to keep us all alive and brewing beer.
We don't want that.
We work on those things. Yeah, there's that. There's that. That only looks good once a year at Halloween. So,
we didn't talk about what kind of hops you like to use in your other IPAs. What kind of hops are in the Total Domination?
Summit, Amarillo, and Crystal hops.
And I don't think I ever used Crystal.
I was getting some noble type of quality off that. That
you don't
little
hear
bit's
about
coming from that Crystal, I think.
Is that one of the Noble family?
It's a U.S. Noble derivative, I believe, James.
It's going to be sort of closer to just, some other U.S. varieties that it would be close to would be like Mount Hoods or Liberties and stuff like that.
So it's in that Tettnang kind of Hallertau kind of family.
It's still much fruitier. When you mix them with Amarillos, it becomes Grapefruit Central.
Right.
In a way that a lot of people associate Chinooks and some other flavors. It gets real citrusy when those two hops are used together. And then, of course, the Summits are going to give some slight papaya and some other kind of interesting hop flavors that are newer. It's definitely a different hop combination than most people are used to on the West Coast. It really helps us stand out amongst the masses. There's so much CZT, Cascade, Centennial business in the world. And
and your wet hop version of this is the Total Crystallation, too, which features that hop completely undried and wet as well.
Well, we do the same two first hop additions for that, and then we save all 1,000 pounds of the crystal hops that we got to do 50 barrels with, 55 barrels with. Oh, actually, more like 50 barrels with wet hops because there's so much. I mean, that's a lot of hops. We changed our mash tun into the hop back basically, and 1,000 pounds of hops looks like a full mash in there. So
wow,
that's awesome.
1,000 pound,
1,000 points of hops,
1,000 pounds. We want pictures.
How many stone is that, JP?
1,000 pounds. Find out.
The Tricerarillo that we made as well. We made the Tricera hops and used 500 pounds of Amarillos that we had shipped to us from Washington.
Awesome.
To do that.
It is 71 stone.
71 stone of hops. That's a lot.
Yeah.
2 stones too many.
That's amazing. Let's see. I got some questions in front of me here, too. What about the hops in the Believer?
Oh, wait, that's not
Believer, we've got some Centennials and Crystals in that.
Okay. So you're using that crystal up. Those crystals.
I'm a huge crystal fan.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been using crystals, emeralds and crystals I've been using since people only wish they knew the word Simcoe.
I see.
I don't know how to put it otherwise.
All right, let's see.
Long time.
Jamie's only got a short time left with us because he's got to catch a flight, so I want to make sure we get our listener questions asked. Down Home Hops in the chat room wants to know if Jamie's ever thought about brewing a gluten-free beer.
Actually, the interesting thing about that is that I actually produce glutens for a living. I mean, it's actually what I do. I don't make soda anymore, and it's not. And honestly, and I don't mean this to be facetious or to think that I don't have some sensitivity to it, but I will tell you that my complaint about gluten-free beers is they don't taste like beer, and it's because people are using yeast strains that have been fermenting glutens for thousands of years to try to ferment things that don't. And we know enough about just the general. I mean, you change your ferment temperature. Your mash temperature by a couple of degrees, it changes your beer. Any aspect that you do changes the beer. So when yeast is doing its thing, it still wants to eat the sugars, but as we were talking before about the temperature control, it throws different flavors in the beer. And so when you're using sorghum and buckwheat and things in beers, it just doesn't taste like beer anymore.
Right.
Now, I just am not the person to do the research because I like glutens. Sorry, world. And I'm okay with it still after all these years of drinking beer. But my guess is that when people start doing things with sake yeast, it might get better. Using yeast strains that have fermented non-gluten-oriented starches and sugars would be a really good way to start maybe getting it there. I always recommend good old-fashioned, hard cider or mead or even like wine. You can drink a lot of things and be gluten-free. But it is kind of one of the things for us there. If we thought that we could make a beer gluten-free, then we would.
Then you'd do it. I see.
It's like imitation crab.
Right.
It's not crab. If you don't want to eat crab, then eat lobster or some crab.
Agreed.
No? Okay.
I'm with you.
Well, I'm trying.
But and that's the thing. There's people working on it, and I hope that it gets better for you soon.
Thank you.
I've judged that category, and when Red Bridge by Budweiser is the best one because it's the one that tastes the most like beer. There's a lot of work to do out there, kids.
Moscow has a gluten-free beer he wants you to try. He's going to pour it for you.
Oh,
You tell me if it tastes like beer.
It's called water.
Okay. Do I risk the spit take in your microphone? Just kidding.
Spit towards Bevo. She's used to it.
Spitters are quitters.
That's nice, Justin.
Maybe we can all get some of that beer.
It's not necessary. Yeah. That's how all our tasting shows sound.
This isn't bad. I mean, the big deal is to me that this tastes like a golden ale that's like a year old.
Yeah.
Right? When it gets tart, when that grain reduction, when there isn't a lot of pale malt,
it gets tart.
Really tart.
I agree with you on that.
It's that flavor that keeps it from tasting like beer.
Yeah. That's one of the closest. Is that our people up in up north of the border?
But I will say this before because I did say that people haven't been able to make beer tasting gluten-free beers, and the Belgians have made some beers because they're willing to use weird, things in all their beer and all that stuff. Humans,
whatever,
exactly.
Yes, beer is people.
But they're able to be with the use of herbs and various ester profiles and stuff like that, really hide the lack of beer tasting nature that it would be if they made the same beer without herbs and Chico yeast. So
yeah.
But this is actually pretty good. I mean, I would actually drink this. It's a little on the sweet side for me, so this is kind of like something that, it's balanced and not cloying, but I would need a few more IBUs to want to drink it. But then again, I already love glutens, so I'm a glutton.
Evo, if you're breastfeeding, you better bring that baby back in here.
Glutton for glutens.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jamie.
I'm going to get that. That's going to be my next.
That's glutton for glutens. That's
keep the
great.
melanoids out of my IPA and glutton for glutens. Those are my next.
Maybe you can pass that ball around.
This is actually an extra gluten beer that we made here at Ninkasi.
Exactly.
It's a triple gluten beer.
Yeah, we've triple glutenized it.
Yeah, right.
But the question is, does it taste more like beer than any other gluten-free beer you've had?
Well, again, like I said, I think that's tough because because like I said, the Red Bridge actually has the lager characteristic to it that actually tastes like a lager, and that's a lot harder process to do to begin with, and for it to taste kind of solid that way. Yes, this tastes a lot like beer. again, I'm from the Pacific Northwest. Not quite hoppy enough, so
all right,
it's beerish.
I got a few more questions I got to get to you before you got to go. Juice in the chat room wants to know if you plan on distributing to Mass in the future.
It's possible.
Getting to the church there.
Yeah, you know,
going to distribute to church.
We went back to that already. You know, blood of Christ. Let's do this. I'd be happy to swap it out with what's going on in that place. But anyway,
right. So maybe Mass, it's on the radar.
Well, for us, again, we grow in a way that is much slower than other people are kind of can understand. I mean, as far as that background goes, we've grown faster than any brewery possibly can, and we've done it in a short amount of space. And it's because for us, it's about growing as deep as possible in the same location. The cool thing is that we do spend a lot of time on the East Coast. Eventually, if we were to have some beer on the East Coast, I could definitely imagine maybe some North Carolina up through Massachusetts as a possible venue.
Okay.
Again, back to the 2-1A tour with Sully and Nico and Dave and all that stuff. There's definitely some great appreciative beer drinkers out there, but we care about the quality of the beer that we send you. And this year we're adding Montana, so that's kind of what we've done.
Nice. I don't know how to pronounce his name in the chat room. Wants to know what you think about.
A long name.
What's your opinion on Whirlpool hop editions versus 20-minute hop editions? So this kind of this flavor edition, this aroma edition that we talk about here on the show sometimes. Mm-hmm. A lot of us have switched it over to just throwing it in at Flame Out and Whirlpool as opposed to 20-minute. What do you think? Any use for the 20-minute?
Well, our 20 minutes is 30-minute. So
Okay.
we do 90-30 Whirlpool. So we do add our final hops at Whirlpool, and it's the best way to do it. I mean, you really want to minimize the time of that last hop edition is in and sitting there. And so it depends on especially how long it takes for you to knock out, just how big your copper coil in your bathtub is, and how fast it takes for you to get the job done, because you want to add those things. So that, in my opinion, that 20 minutes, if that's your last edition, is a detriment, because unless you've got some awesome homebrew ability to pump your kettle into a fermenter in like 20 minutes, maybe 40 minutes would be still a pretty good time range. Well, really, to me, you'd want to be 25 minutes if you added it with 20 minutes left, because after 45 minutes, you're losing some of your aroma properties. So if it's your intent to have aroma, you should do it later. I mean, it really is true.
Later. Mm-hmm. So when you do your 30-minute, would you call that your flavor edition and your Whirlpool your aroma edition, or does that even matter?
That middle spot is doing both. It's giving
doing
you
both.
bitterness. It's giving it's definitely giving aroma, and that's sort of that period of time, I think, is also helping to some of the actual olfaction, sort of perception of flavor and aroma as well.
And you a pellet brewery?
We are absolutely pellet oriented.
All pellet.
You bet.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
It's always made sense for me. I mean, I remember back in the mid-'90s and stuff like that, people would argue with me, like, I can't believe this. And, they're drinking Hoposaurus Rex. And I'm like, is this not hoppy enough for you? Like, I don't know what's wrong here. John Meyer, Rogue, the same way. I mean, we're not known to be, like, extremely non-hoppy oriented people. And I don't think that I would use pellets if I didn't think my beer tasted good. So,
yeah, right. Yeah.
Just to give you an idea, I mean, we did 56,400 barrels last year of beer. We bought hops for a brewery that would normally do like 250,000 barrels.
Wow. Is that right?
A fucking shit ton of hops, a whole lot of hops. I think we're the number 13 customer of Hop Union. And we were at number 50 as far as the size of the brewery last
Production.
year.
Okay.
So we buy a lot of hops.
You guys have really grown a lot in your short time in terms of production. Even in the time that I've known you, Jamie, when I went in there, you were just the floor had just been poured for the new brewery. By the second time I came, it was there, all in the same building. You were pretty smart about the building you chose, but you've really to be number 50 on the list. And you're still, I consider you a small brewery in Eugene, but you guys are pumping out a lot of beer.
Yeah, we did 30,000 barrels in 2010 to get on the number 50 list. So we don't know where we'll be at for 2011 yet.
Okay.
They usually release that after the CBC every year, as far as the Brewers Association totals come with that wrap-up.
Got it.
Correctly, I could be wrong, but someone will correct me, I'm sure. So we have put together 4 brew houses in the 5 years that we've been.
Wow, is that right?
5.5 years. So it's a pretty intense situation. We leased equipment in Springfield at a brew pub that was once a brew pub, was just a restaurant, equipment's available, so we leased it so we could at least throw money at the hemorrhaging that we called opening a business, and started working on the site in Eugene. So we'd already purchased that site as well, but we knew it would take a full year, and anything to start, building the branding and getting the beer out there was what we needed to do. So, but we did it. We started with a 15. A year later, went to a 20. Just over a year later, went to a 30, and then just over a year later, went to what we call a 56 barrel system.
A 56. So that's a 60, but it puts out 56. Is that the deal?
We use too much hops, yes.
That's a huge system, a 60 barrel system, though. That's a big-ass brewery.
It's pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Size matters in this case when you're going to put out all that beer.
It's true.
When you got to put out...
what sort of fermenter sizes do you have?
Well, we have a 20-barrel yeast prop tank.
Wow.
Basically. And we have some 60s that we can do singles into. And then we have a lot of 480s, actually.
480s, wow.
360s and 480s.
Those are outside or inside?
Inside.
Inside.
Still.
Nice.
Big, tall ceiling now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Then it's
parking
grown
lot
again since I saw
the parking lot that you guys parked in is now a fermenter room.
Yeah, when I was there were some maybe it was a silo. I thought there were some outdoor fermenters. You've now covered all that.
Oh, we had those fermenters there because they were waiting until the building expansion was done and we could put them in.
I understand. Okay.
So that was that phase of that for sure.
All right, Jamie, I have to let you go because you have a plane to catch, and we haven't covered all the things we can, which is good news because it means we get to have you back.
Actually, that's correct. I actually grew up in the Bay Area, so I spend a lot of time down here. It makes me happy that we're bringing Ninkasi to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And, so I will definitely come back. I need to come back anyway. I just discovered that you can actually train in lightsaber dueling in the city of San Francisco.
Yeah.
These classes actually happen on Sundays, and my business partner, Nikos, and then Winter, who works for us in the art department and other extraordinary ways, the three of us are going to start actually choreographing lightsaber duels to impress our employees' family. Well, impress is a strong word. We'll see how far we get on that, but it's going to be awesome.
It'll make an impression, at least.
None of this is surprising me at all, Jamie, you saying all these things about your lightsaber training.
I got to go to ILM this week, and I actually now possess a toaster that burns the effigy of Lord Vader into your baked products.
Those are rad.
And I will also add, because this is the double, this is how it all worked out for me, is that Boba Fett, he has a little spray thing that he has coming off his backpack.
Yeah.
And that is made with braided beer cord, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, all right.
I'm not kidding, full circle.
I love it.
There was a reason I had that flying toaster as a kid.
I want to go to ILM.
All right, we're going to have you back on the program as soon as possible because I'd love to have you next time you're in town. And let me warn you about this, Jamie. We're having our Brewing Network 7th anniversary party in Seattle in June in accordance with the National Homebrewers Conference, which I believe you're a part of anyway. Yes. So we'll be bugging you for beer to come to our anniversary party.
Yay!
And to come hang out with us and have a good time in general.
Yeah, I'm excited. I get to. I'm going to be speaking about fresh hop beer brewing at the conference, and then also participating as a judge in the homebrew competition as well. I'm really excited to sit down and judge beer.
All right, then we'll get some good hang time in June. You can come to the party, and in the meantime, we'll get Moscow on booking you back in here whenever we can get you.
That'd be cool. That sounds great. And thanks for thinking of me in Seattle and coming up.
Absolutely. Give us the website name so people can go check you out.
www.ninkasibrewing.com.
All right, go check it out. It's Jamie Floyd from Ninkasi. It's a great brewery, and obviously, as you've been listening, it's just a good dude and a good team that you have up there. I like everybody I've met that works at Ninkasi. And so go check them out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to La Cumbre Brewery. So we've got more beer information coming to you next. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
Have you ever dreamed about attending the World Brewing Academy? This year, thanks to Lallemand and Danstar, one lucky brewer will make that dream a reality for free. Lallemand and Danstar invite you to enter the Beer School 2012 contest. One lucky grand prize winner will receive fully paid tuition in the 2012 World Brewing Academy web-based concise course in brewing technology worth more than $3,000. From now until April 12, 2012, every Danstar yeast package you use is your ticket to enter. Visit danstaryeast.com for the details and to print your official entry form. There's no limit on the number of times you can enter, so get brewing with Danstar and get your entries in to the Danstar 2012 Beer School Contest. Whether you want to build your home brewing skills or build a career as a professional brewer, this course will change the way you think of beer and brewing. Enter at danstaryeast.com and get the dry yeast advantage with Danstar and Lallemand Premium Brewing Yeast, and enter to win.
By popular vote from the Northwest Brewing News, HopTech has been voted the best homebrew shop in Northern California. Serving homebrewers for nearly 30 years in Dublin, California, HopTech carries more than 40 different kinds of hops and more than 60 different grains, malt extract, spices and sugars, hop oils and extracts. Open every day except Wednesday, or shop online anytime at hoptech.com or call 1-800-DRY-HOPS, 1-800-379-4677. With in-store classes almost every Saturday, huge selection and a dedicated commitment to their customers, HopTech is one of the longest-running and passionate homebrew stores, period. And now, by popular vote, the best homebrew shop in Northern California. And don't forget their 15% military discount. HopTech. Visit today at hoptech.com.
When you hear Blickman Engineering, think innovation, passion, quality, and customer service. Blickman gear is designed by brewers to give you a sense of pride in your equipment. At Blickman, they know what makes brewing a pain and build gear that makes it fun. Like the intuitive beer gun, a completely different approach to filling bottles. The Therminator Wort Chiller, a new take on a plate chiller that's sized for flow, performance, and the high groundwater temps homebrewers face every day. The Brewmometer, a brilliant weldless thermometer design with brewing parameters right on the dial. The Autosparge, ultimate simplicity for preventing an overflow or running your mash tun dry. And much more, like the modular top-tier brewing stand, conical fermenters, and their Boilermaker brew pots. With more cutting-edge equipment coming soon, keep up with the latest from Blickman at blickmanengineering.com and stay on the cutting edge.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states, plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small, single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. Take a little time out, take a minute to yourself. Don't let it go south. You can put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. Billowing over, billowing over, billowing over, billowing over. I told him I'd try to knock it off. Turned around and just turned it up a notch. Keep cooking 'cause some of us like it hot. Think you're really one of them. Chances are you're not. Think you're really one of them. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not.
When he came out, he was just a calm little guy. He just, it was like we disturbed his world. No fight. He just came out and he was just kind of, I don't know, he was very content.
Anything other than perfect is gonna be reason enough for my demons to hate me. 'Cause lately the voices are rising in volume, beginning to alter my mood into crazy. In the nick of it, live in the thick of it. Sick of it, so you a brick of it. That's the road that I've been taking. That's the road that I've been taking. Bright and strong, universal shine as the day is long. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. 888-401-BEER. This is The Session.
Yeah, welcome back to the program. Thanks to Jamie Floyd from Ninkasi Brewing Company for hanging out with us today, and I really appreciate him coming in and to SF Beer Week, and he's got a busy schedule, so that was fun. And I don't know, guys, I think we have to have him back on to talk hops, because we barely...
Oh, yeah. Real hard he got there.
I had no idea we'd have such good yeast and malt discussion with Jamie, and we did, so
yeah, it was pretty good.
We can still cover the hops section next time.
Yeah.
Not to mention, one thing I wanted to talk to Ninkasi about is their guerrilla marketing tactics. He's got kind of a good philosophy about guerrilla marketing and non-traditional marketing, which is kind of what the BN is too.
Yeah.
And so he's got some good ideas, and he's done really well with just kind of throwing Ninkasi in people's faces in a cool way, not in an obtrusive way, but in a like, hey, we're here, and reminding you that people actually make good beer kind of way. So cool stuff to talk to him next time, and we'll do that. We're going to talk to Cumbre here in just a second. I think I got him on the line, but I wanted to remind you about better beer scores. You can go to beerjudgeeducation.com and study for the BJCP exam online. Their online courses. They've got a new course starting February 28th. So you got one coming up right away. There's another one starting on March 8th. So 2 courses starting right away. And basically, it's a 12-week series of live interactive webinars. There are weekly segments that are 2.5 hours long, and you're right there in a live video kind of a chat scenario. So
little environment.
Yeah, you're tasting beers and you're actually interacting with the judges in that way. It's a virtual classroom, so it's really a great way rather than just kind of email and. A lot of locales don't have local study groups, which is really the best way to get past the BJCP exam. So you'll learn about all the different beer styles. You'll learn about beer tasting and evaluation, brewing processes, ingredients, recipe formulation, and techniques of the masters. You'll learn about how barley is malted, what makes hops bitter, how fermentation works, how brewers get flavors, aromas, and colors in their beer. You really learn a lot of the things you need to know to become a certified BJCP judge. So go to beerjudgeeducation.com right now. You can check it out, and there's a lot of different ways to find out about their programs. And I don't know. I recommend, if you're the kind of person that really needs a study group like me, if you're going to pass something like the BJCP, then I'd go check it out, beerjudgeeducation.com, and it's the Better Beer Scores program. So good guys over there, too.
And you meet a lot of people out of your area. It's not necessarily, people you're in a homebrew club with or, in your small little town or whatever.
Sure.
People all across the nation. So you might make some friends.
You might meet a Russian bride.
You might meet a Russian husband.
How awesome would that be?
Meet a Russian
Better
husband?
beer scores. Also meet Russian brides. Put the two together. If he wants to sell some more classes, add some Russian brides.
Separate chat room. Or after the chat room, stay behind for a 30-minute mixer.
I like the mixer. It's a BJCP mixer. Maybe we'll add that supplement to the courses. They can stick to the professionalism, and we'll say, hey, guys, let us add the mixer after the class. All right, I think we've got Jeff Irway on the line with us. Of course, he's from La Cumbre Brewery that I've been telling you about that we're talking to today. Jeff, are you with us?
I am.
Hey, brother. Thanks for hanging in there, man. I'm sorry we're a little late.
No, don't worry about it. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right. We just had a nice time with Ninkasi Brewing Company. You ever had their beer?
Yeah, actually, the head of their sales was in my brewery, about maybe 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah, good brewery. I'm a big fan of their beers and have been for a while, so it's nice to have him in here. And one thing we didn't talk about with him, even though they've done it, that I'd like to talk about with you, is award-winning beers. Man, I thought we'd spend a lot of time talking hops with Ninkasi, but we didn't. We ended up talking malt and yeast. But you guys won the American IPA category at GABF this year in 2011.
We did.
Do you remember how many entries into that category?
I believe it was 176.
Yes, that's right. And it's way the biggest category.
176.
I looked it up. You were thinking maybe Justin Pale Ale was next, actually not even close with 105.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, you had to be quite proud about that gold medal.
Yeah, I needed a new pair of underwear.
I would have done the same thing,
I need
man.
a change.
Yeah, it was really embarrassing getting up on stage with Charlie after that and thinking to myself, I really need to get to a bathroom.
This is a mess.
Right now.
And everyone's watching. And by the way, we had it on live video. We were streaming it to the world.
Exactly.
And there you are with shit in your pants, Jeff. Oh, man.
And my wife's just sitting there looking at me like, oh, my God, I can't believe you just did that. And I was thinking she was thinking something about me winning the IPA category, but it had nothing to do with that.
Right. She was like, no, I've seen that look on your face before, Jeff. And that's it. Yeah. Now, tell me this. Did you, this is maybe a silly question. I'm sure you were proud of your beer, but among that many beers, was that a surprise to you to win the gold?
When I tried, what was the third place winner? It was from Ohio. Geez.
I don't remember.
Somebody help me here.
Moscow, look that up for me, will you? Moscow, look it up.
Anyways, I tried that beer. It was, I'm
looking. Hold on.
In any case, I tried the third place beer well beforehand and tried it, and I said, "Well, I know what medal I didn't win, and that was gold because it was absolutely fantastic." And then I tried the Nelson IPA from Alpine, and this was my I think 7th time to the GABF, so I tried a lot of these beers before, and I was very proud of what I put on the floor. I was very proud of what I'd sent up there. I thought it was very good, but I didn't think it was going to place, much less win gold.
Gold, right.
Jeff, it was a Headhunter IPA from Fatheads.
That's exactly right, yeah. And I tried that beer, and I'd seen how well... The reason I went... I specifically went out to try that beer because I'd seen how well it done in the, brewing news competitions and stuff, and I tried it and was blown away by the level of hop aroma. It was a fantastic beer. I actually didn't get to try Deviant Dales, which got second until... let me see, last weekend when I was up in Boulder, and that was a pretty fantastic IPA as well. But, yeah.
So you won for your elevated IPA, which I'm reading a little bit about. It's a 1068 gravity. Finished out at 1013 tasty. It's right where you like it, right? Nice and dry?
Well, that's not that dry. I like them to have a little bit of mouthfeel to them, not so much sweetness.
I think starting at 1068 down to 1013 is pretty...
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah. 7.2%, and you have it listed as 100 IBUs.
Yeah, that's a guesstimate. I mean, I don't know too many small brewers that send their IPAs off to laboratories to have them tested or anything like that. But that's our best guess as far as what IBUs we're attaining with it.
Okay. And do you want to tell us more about the beer? What about the malt and the hops so that we can know?
Well, I've used American Two-Row throughout my career until we opened La Cumbre Brewing Company, and I wanted, we've got 4 other breweries in Albuquerque that I would straight up consider world-class breweries. They're not good breweries. They're exceptional breweries, and they all have really good IPAs. And I'm not going to sit here and try to speculate as to who's the better brewer or anything like that. But I wanted to have something that set my place apart, and one of those things is the fact that it's owned by a brewer, and so I'm going to ignore the business side of things and just spend as much money as I can on making great beer. And if anybody's been to my brewery, they realize I didn't spend any money on the location. So we
is it just a warehouse or what?
Yeah, it's just a warehouse. It's it's 7,000 square feet. We're adding another 3,000 hopefully here very soon. But so in any case, we use English pale malt. It's actually Hugh Baird's pale ale malt for the base. 8% is wheat malt, and then the other 4% is Thomas Fawcett's Pale Crystal. I really just use that for a bit of biscuity tones. I don't like caramel, like Jamie was saying. I don't like much melanoidins in my IPA. It muddles up the flavor. Unlike Jamie, I don't try to use any kind of English ale strain with it. I use the Chico strain because I think that diacetyl is probably the biggest sin you can commit in an IPA, and I don't want to have any chance of that ever happening.
Okay.
So we do pitch exceptionally low for I think for most breweries because I also I agree with Vinny Cilurzo about it stripping out the alpha acids if you pitch too much yeast. So we pitch about 7 million cells per milliliter to keep as much of those alpha acids in solution as we can. And what I found just through trial and error was 7 million cells was about as low as we could go and still get the same attenuation that we would have if we were pitching, for a beer like that, 17 million cells. So
listen to this man brewing like a scientist, like he should be. He's really counting the yeast cells and everything. Yeah. I like this, and from a homebrew background too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was a home brewer for 4 years before I went pro. We oxygenate fairly low because I'm really trying to be honest with you, I beat the hell out of my yeast. I'm trying to stress them out, and I'm trying to get a fair amount of esters in there because I feel like some of the esters that the Chico strain kicks out, and they don't kick out a lot, obviously, but some of the esters that it kicks out is pretty complementary to the hops that we're adding in outrageous amounts. We're at about 4.5 pounds per barrel in our IPA, and I think that's pretty outrageous. I know there's a lot of double IPAs that aren't even close to that. Wow. So other than that, the hop bill is, I'm sure I'm going to get scorned from some homebrewers for this. A lot of our bitterness is coming from CO2 extract, and that's in large part because of the kettle that we're using. It's an old 1990s Century system that was, pretty much meant to brew lagers and was not meant to handle an enormous amount of vegetal matter. So, we try to limit the amount of vegetal matter we throw into the kettle. Yeah. We do that in part by using some CO2 extract for our bitterness.
Who cares? They're just homebrewers.
I don't know what that is. CO2 extract.
Well, you can. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about what all the homebrew shops are using or are selling, but I know Northern Brewer sells hop shots, and that's a CO2 extract. And CO2 extract is basically, at exceptionally low temperatures, under extremely high pressures, CO2 is pushed into hops, and literally it pushes all of the lupulin and just all the hop oils out of the hops.
Okay.
A very convenient to use can of bitterness extract. It's not isomerized, so it does have to be boiled. But I have contracted an enormous amount of this stuff for years to come because I know it is probably the most consistent way I've found to get a great bitterness that isn't exceptionally harsh and will allow me to yield a decent amount from my kettle, and will also allow me to push a really big hoppy IPA or double IPA through my heat exchanger without plugging the heat exchanger.
Man, listen to the big brain on Jeff.
Look at that.
Cool.
Because these are smart techniques to use the bittering addition, keep the vegetable matter out of there, a higher yield. Also, if you're happy, we've talked about the bitterness is a fairly neutral addition anyway. You're literally looking for bitterness.
Yeah, it's just a base bitterness.
Yeah, so it's a pretty smart move to maybe use some of these extracts in there.
I mean, I'm sure there's got to be some flavor, but maybe in an IPA where you're using especially as much as it sounds like Jeff's using, it's probably not going to matter a whole lot. So,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it doesn't, right? I mean, look at the guy taking gold. So
right.
Yeah,
you can't say that it's wrong.
Jeff, on the extracts, what's the economics here? I assume you're getting bigger knockout, so you're getting more beer. Is the cost of the extracts offset by that, or is it come out? How does that come out?
Yeah, quite frankly, the extracts are far cheaper.
Really, far cheaper. Wow.
Than using whole leaf or pellets hops. Even if you're using something Summit that's 18.5% alpha acid, it can't compare in cost effectiveness of using the CO2 extract. I mean, so that is another added bonus to it. Even with that being said, and this might not mean that much to home brewers, but I'm sure a lot of commercial brewers are going to drop their jaw when I tell them that my cost of goods sold on the IPA is around $98 a barrel. That's simply for the ingredient.
Which is and IPA is one of these that obviously we pay more for as consumers because the cost of goods is generally pretty high.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is.
I also like that when people complain and say, "Well, I don't think you should be using the extracts. I'd like to use." You can say, and you can borrow this anytime you want. You could say, "Gold medal, bitch." And that's how you answer your use of extracts.
I'm sorry. Can you ask me that question in my other ear? My gold medal's in my in my right ear. Let me take that out and I can hear you.
We need to make him a T-shirt.
Yeah,
Gold medal, bitch.
Brewing Network says gold medal, bitch.
Well, I think something that people need to keep in mind is are we brewing in Germany? Because and obviously in Germany we can't use gypsum, we can't use any kind of firm cap, we can't use any kind of yeast nutrient. There's all sorts of things that we can't be using. Actually, we probably couldn't be getting yeast from the yeast suppliers that we're getting our yeast from because they're probably using some sort of ingredient that is not allowed by the Reinheitsgebot. So we really need to be. I think it's a sliding scale and everybody's gray areas in different places. I'm simply going to use whatever it takes to make the very best beer I can, and I'm going to use whatever I can that's available to me, as long as it's not killing babies or dogs
or dog, right, or endangering the pit bulls. I appreciate that.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for that,
Jeff. One question, real quick, about yeast handling and esters from yeast. You mentioned that ester production is part of something you strive for in an IPA, and that pitch rate is one way you do this. Fermentation temperature, is that something you do very differently than a lot of brewers, you think, for this type of beer?
I don't know. I know I ferment a little on the warmer side, not necessarily for my IPA. My IPA starts at 66. It goes up 2 degrees a day, up to 72, and then stays there for a diacetyl rest. I know another brewer that takes that yeast and ferments literally every single beer they make at 74 degrees because they're really trying to kick everything in and out of a fermenter as fast as humanly possible. With their lower gravity beers, I think that works really well. With their higher gravity beers, I think it's kind of detrimental. That being said, all the rest of my house beers that are fermented with 1056, and pretty much all the rest of my specialty beers that are fermented with 1056 are fermented at 70, and just rise up to 72 on the second day to again just to get a diacetyl rest. But I manipulate that also with where in the cone I'm actually cropping from, as well as the amount of oxygen I'm adding to the wort as it's going into the fermenter. Yeast, to me, you can, and I think most brewing scientists would argue the same. Is you can make the greatest recipe in the world. You can make the wort absolutely perfect, and you can completely fuck up the beer by not paying very close attention to what you're doing with your yeast.
Right.
Definitely.
I'm a living testament to that. Thank you. Yeah. Well, one question that came through, Jeff, from Hanky Spanky in the chat room. I don't know if you mentioned it, but what kind of hop is the extract from that you're using?
We have no idea. If you buy your hop extract from Brewer Supply Group, Brewer Supply Group will let you know exactly which. They'll let you pick your hop extract. But I think the price is about quadruple what it is from Hop Union. Hop Union's hop extract is, I'm sure it's a blend of every high alpha hop that they have that they want to use up at the end of the year, right. And I'm more than happy to help them use them up.
Sure. And again, in that case, you are just looking for alpha acids to add bitterness, right? So
absolutely. And I think when you look at the really higher alpha hops that they could be using, you're looking at and the ones that aren't selling out too. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be getting Simcoe in that CO2 extract, but I just looking at my sheets of what does not sell out, it's Summit, it's Warrior, it's possibly Magnum, and those are really low cohumulone hops. And so usually for my first wort hop edition, I'm using Chinook to get about 30 IBUs so that I can get I personally like the punch you in the teeth kind of effect I get from Chinook.
Okay. So. And you do first wort hopping, so you're actually putting hops in the kettle as you're transferring. Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
We had Chinook as well as 2 pounds. No, we're up to 2 pounds of gypsum that we're adding to the kettle as we're filling it. And
what's the gypsum for? I know Tasty talks about this in terms of hop utilization, but maybe you could describe it for us too for our listeners.
Well, calcium sulfate does a really good job of keeping pH down in the mash tun as you're running off. But if you're adding it to the kettle, most of the gypsum you add in the mash tun is going to stay in the mash tun. If you're adding it to the kettle, you're going to be I don't want to say softening the bitterness, but you're making it a richer bitterness that's not quite as harsh, quite as abrasive. And you're also increasing, from the things that I've seen from listening to people like Matt Reynolds talk, who, obviously that guy knows about as much about hops as anybody.
Yeah.
You're increasing the hop, your utilization of beta acids, and the amount of hop aroma, the amount of hop flavor you can get in the finished product.
Okay.
It's about how much sulfate and calcium in parts per million would you estimate that you're getting total based on where your water started?
Our sulfate levels, our calcium carbonate levels are about 150, 160 in this town, so it's pretty damn high. We use a carbon filter, and we're for some of our beers we're pre-boiling, not the IPA, but our calcium sulfate levels at the end. By our calculations should be in the neighborhood about 200. So it's pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One question, Jeff, about CO2 extract. Have you ever tasted it?
No, I do know someone who made that mistake.
Yeah. I've heard of stories of hazings happening in breweries that have used CO2 extract where they spike the guy's beer, make him taste it or something that. So
I brought it in at More Beer several years ago. And that was the thing I did. I tipped it over, so there's a little bit on the cap, unscrewed the cap. Hey, just taste this real quick. Put your finger right here. I did it to Plissé.
Oh, he must have hated you for it.
His face went inside out. It was just like, oh my God.
What does it do that's so unpleasant?
It's just bitter.
It's just the supreme bitterness.
It's just
super concentrated.
Unpleasant bitter.
Yeah. Wow.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I've heard of people doing that with Tetra Hop, which is similar to what they use at Miller, and that stuff is that's actually the isomerized alpha acid, and it's even more concentrated than the CO2 extract. I will say about CO2 extract, don't get it on your clothes.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
It will permanently stain whatever it gets on.
Interesting.
You will never get that out.
I mean, it's just oil, right? So that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's tar. It looks and smells like hop tar.
It's like the hash of the hop
Yes,
world,
that's
I
right.
think, tasting.
Absolutely. Well, you can do a CO2 extraction on the other stuff.
On the other stuff too. On the cousin, you can do the same thing.
I'm living in New Mexico, so I don't know anything about hash.
about
But
that.
if I
Right.
ever knew something about hash, I would say that yes, CO2 extract would definitely be.
That's where the hop guys learned it from.
Right.
Exactly.
Quite possibly, yeah. Sure.
Now, you used to, you mentioned other great breweries there in New Mexico, and you used to work for one too, right?
Yeah, I used to work for Cumbre River. Actually, I think it was either on your show or on somebody else's on the Brewing Network. I was interviewed a couple years back because Ben Miller and I had won the GABF Gold. For
that was here.
Absolutely.
I thought it was. I was the head brewer at Cumbre River Brewing Company for 2.5 years, and that was a pretty awesome experience. And now my former assistant Justin is now the head brewer there, and he's done exceptionally well for himself. He won a gold medal for his Baltic Porter it was not last GABF, but the year before that. And he's brewing great beer. I was over there the other day.
So
Great
you
beer.
and your wife decide you guys came to New Mexico. I'm just looking through my notes, and you guys came as teachers. And
well,
go ahead.
Yeah, we were hoping to become teachers.
I see.
That's what ended up happening. Yeah,
and
I
you got
a
into
job,
beer.
and she just kind of fell into hers. So yeah.
Is she still a teacher, or are you guys both full time with the business now?
Well, I'm more than full time with the business. She's a full time mom. She's taking care of my son Miles right now as we speak.
Okay.
And she does work at the brewery sometimes. I'm about as personable as a boa constrictor, and so she deals with going down into the tap room and being the super duper friendly person that she is.
Good. You need that.
I do,
Look, in the
because
brew-
she's a lot better looking than me too.
I was going to say, in the beer world and in tasting rooms, we don't want to see any more dudes anyway. So thank you for sending her down there. I appreciate
Exactly.
that.
Yeah,
That's much
so she and Miles just make their rounds of the brewery every day and say hi to everybody and make sure everybody's got their beers full and everything. Like that,
Right. Now you're not a brew pub. You're just a brewery. Is that right?
Yeah, we're a brewery and a tap room.
Okay.
We started off with the idea that we were going to get into cans right away, and what ended up happening is we were right off the bat we were selling about 22 barrels a week out of our tap room. Which we weren't expecting at all. I was kind of figuring maybe 10 to 12 barrels a week would go out of the tap room. We got a 15 barrel system, but we only got 3 fermenters and 2 bright tanks to start off with. So we were really limited in our space. And so last summer we opened in December 2010, and then last summer we purchased 2 15-barrel fermenters and a 30-barrel fermenter, and that allowed us to start getting out into the draft accounts around town. At this point, we're in, I think, 34 draft accounts, and we got 67 taps around town. And so I thought, maybe with the 30-barrel fermenter, maybe we'd start getting into cans, because we had this small cask 2-head manual canner, which I was dreading ever trying to use. But what ended up happening was we got in draft accounts, and now our sales at the tap room are over 30 barrels a week, and because
30 barrels a week.
That's crazy.
Well done.
So that brought in even more business to our tap room.
Yeah.
But I just put in a down payment on a canning line from Wild Goose up in Boulder, Colorado. It does about, we're going to do 16-ounce cans. It's going to do about 32 cans a minute. And we just put in a down payment for 2 60-barrel fermenters and a 60-barrel bright tank.
Wow.
Well, I can see where your printing press is that taproom sales, isn't it?
That's right.
Oh, yeah. That's where you print the money, isn't it?
Yeah.
It does not hurt to have a very, very ripe taproom sales. I can tell you this: we're not making much money off the draft sales. That's off the wholesale keg sales.
But it's what helps the This is going to sound like a really gay comparison.
It's like when you hold a man's hand and kiss it.
But you know those those shops on like Fifth Avenue in New York City, like the shops that you go into, the Neiman, not even like that's a cheap one. I mean these like name brand like Diamond
Saks Fifth Avenue.
These kind of clothing shops, they don't make any money on those shops. They're there to represent the brand. You walk in there and everything on the counter, whatever it might be, is $500,000 or $20,000, whatever they are.
Right.
No, they don't sell anything in those shops, but they're necessary because they represent the brand and they push it forward and they let you know that they exist. And so I'm saying here's my long-winded comparison: is that even if you're not making as much on the tap handles, you need it. You need your beer out there so that people are talking about it and telling other people to go to if you like it, you really have to go to the tap room because they have 12 of them on tap or whatever it is.
Yep.
So that's my point.
You need to move beer.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Any way you do it.
And to be honest with you, the other breweries have been some of our biggest proponents since. Because all the bartenders at them, all the brewers at those breweries, they hang out at my place, and we hang out at their places, and the brewing community here in Albuquerque has done as good a job as any of really being really pushing each other forward. I'm lucky enough to have Il Vicino Brewing Company, another just world-class brewery right around the corner from me. Literally, my wife and I walked to the brewery from ours in about 5 minutes. It's a 5-minute walk.
So I like that.
Al Pacino Brewery?
It's a 30-second drive.
Al Pacino Brewery.
And
what a pint!
Their beer is fantastic, and they send people our way all the time, and we do the same for them. And it's a pretty awesome business to be involved with. I mean, I know you guys probably hear this story in every town, but it really is overwhelming when you're actually involved with it to realize that the people that you're supposed to be in competition with are actually going out of their way to help you.
Right. Well, what I like about your success story, too, especially when I see that you're producing such world-class beer and winning medals, is that, there's a little rumor right now that says there's going to be a clean-out again in the beer world. There's so many...
It's got to be.
So many craft breweries, so many small breweries. Everybody's opening up a brewery. I love hearing about guys like Jeff here, who been open since 2009, obviously growing quite a bit. And then winning the shit out of Great American Beer Festival and things like that. So the beer is also fabulous. As opposed to hearing about these, we have 5 neighborhood breweries, and I don't want to go to any one of them. Or I want to go to 1 out of 5 of them.
Yeah.
So it is.
It's also, the thing what Jeff was saying about, I think, just overall in the industry is that everyone's friends with everyone. Everyone roots each other on. So while there are people that were
sucky.
Right. Well,
which is good.
I'm sure there were people disappointed they didn't win.
Yeah.
That category, but I don't think anyone was going, fuck that guy,
F
dude.
Jeff.
Yeah, right? No, they were all probably really, really stoked.
Of course, yeah.
And we don't do that so much in the beer radio show industry because we're just better than everybody.
We don't have to.
Right.
Jeff, do you still see that shithead Ben anymore?
I'm sorry.
Do you still see that shithead Ben anymore? That you brewed the
Ben Miller.
Yeah,
Ben Miller? I love that kid, by the way, but he's still a shithead.
I see him quite often.
You do.
Right. Kick him in the dick for me.
Didn't he win like he won like the long shot and the pro am in the same year?
That same year.
No, it was like the same day.
Yeah,
same day.
That guy walked around with a tent pole sticking out of himself the rest of the day.
Right. Yeah,
he's never been 8 inches, and that day,
that day he won. He was 6 foot tall and 8 inches.
Wow, it's like the story of the Grinch. That day, his wiener grew 10 sizes.
We love you, Ben. You're a good dude.
I hate you.
Hi, Jeff. I got to take a quick break. If I can do that, I want to come back. A lot of breweries that we talk about that are winning gold medals in the ale category are not also winning in the Pilsner category, but you did. So can we come back and talk lager with you?
Absolutely.
All right, hang in there. We'll take a real quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more with Jeff from La Cumbre Brewing Company, and we'll talk about lager. 888-401-BEER, or hit the chat now button on the homepage. We'll be right back.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
You know, when Israel had sinned and God was trying to decide who he gonna send down to save the earth, they was around. Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham. He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his sister, not his wife. Then said, no, he can't send Noah. Said, strictly illegal. Noah was a little wino. I had a fellow live next door to me who brewed homebrew in the bathtub. The beer we selling now not good enough. But it was strictly illegal. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. You know, we have people that live on the street that'll go into your local Dollar General store and buy shaving lotion for a high. Chevy's Regals is stamped and approved by the government agency that said this is healthy. Strictly illegal. Bathtub. You don't want your child at a party. Our children are already getting a hold to enough alcohol. Brewed homebrew in the bathtub. I can just see my bootlegger now. I can just see my bootlegger now. I got all I want for free. How you gonna make it in your home if you don't have the facilities to make sure it's healthy? In the bathtub. Noah was a little wino. What gonna keep these folks from making moonshine in their house? Noah was a wino. What is MEAD need? What is that? You know, the thing about this deal that really scares me the most. Noah was a wino. You got to be scientifically trained. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? To determine that. Noah was a little wino. Chevy's Regals is stamped and approved by the government agency that said this is healthy. Chevy's Regals is stamped and approved. Strictly illegal. You know, when Israel had sinned, strictly illegal. God was trying to decide who he gonna send down. Strictly illegal. Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham. Strictly illegal. He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his strictly illegal sister, not his wife. Then said, no, he can't send Noah. Said strictly illegal. And buy shaving lotion for a high. Strictly illegal. We selling now not good enough. wino.
Live. Beer Radio. The Brewing Network.
The Brewcasters.
If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy.
Just throw it together.
Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there.
Yeah.
It's beer.
Brewing Network.
The Brewcasters are back.
888-401 beer.
Whatever.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. We're talking to Jeff Irway. He's the founder and brewmaster of La Cumbre Brewing Company in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Jeff, still with us?
I am.
There we go. All right. Thanks for being with us today. And before the break, I mentioned, not only have you done great in the ale category, obviously with winning gold at JBF with your IPA, but you also won gold with, was it American Pilsner?
International style Pilsner.
International. I thought so, because American Pilsner is not even a category, is it?
I don't think so. There's premium American Pilsner, and then that's like, Anheuser-Busch, and I decided not to go up against them.
It's not just American Pilsner, it's premium.
It's premium.
Exactly, it's premium.
Yeah, it can't just be normal.
American.
Yeah.
Right.
Take off the A.
Well, you see those really, really, really big banners at the GABF?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They got paid for somehow.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. So, International Pilsner. So, you also are a lager brewery.
Yeah. Honestly, we brew the IPA for the customer, for most of our customers. Our IPA counts for 65% of our sales right now, and it's probably going to go up here soon. But we brew lagers for ourselves.
Okay.
That's what we drink.
Well, listen, I love a good lager, too, especially a good Pilsner. It is probably one of my favorite styles. So why don't you tell us about the Pilsner that won gold?
Well, it's we named it Beer to be cute. And
right.
I don't get it.
And it sold pretty damn well. It was made with Canadian Spirit Pilsen malt. I wanted to get as dry a beer as we could, so we added about 22% corn to it, flaked corn, and mashed at we did a step mash starting at 95, stops at 144 and 155, and then 168, and then we used, I believe it was 100% Sterling for the actual all the hops. So it's interesting. I was trying to go after something similar to, say, Heineken or Carlsberg, but it was 100% North American ingredients other than the lager yeast. We ferment at 48 degrees and slowly rise up to 60 for a diacetyl rest. And So we love brewing lagers. If we had more tanks, we'd do it a lot more often.
I see. Is that a year-round beer for you?
Yeah. No, beer is not a year-round beer for us. South Peak Pilsner is.
Okay.
Which I was pretty pissed when I saw that nobody even got a gold in that category. I entered I entered Bohemian Style Pilsner, and I thought it was pretty damn good, but apparently the judges didn't think so.
I see.
Yeah, but. We don't brew it year round. We've brewed it 3 times now, though. Okay.
Now, I'm a desert kid myself, and I know what the temperature can get to be there. Is that those kind of over 100, 110 degree summers? Is that present any more difficulty for you in fermentation temperatures than the average brewer?
110 degrees. You don't know Albuquerque then. Albuquerque's at a little over 5,000 feet, and
you're up there.
We rarely get above 95. Definitely very rarely get above 100. Honestly, the temperatures here are way better than where I grew up, which is Rochester, New York. I'll take the weather here any day in the summertime. But to answer your question, we've got a 10 horsepower horsepower glycol chiller. We can ferment at whatever temperatures we want.
It wouldn't matter anyway.
Not a big deal. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. I thought Albuquerque was still hot in New Mexico.
I didn't know.
Well, no, New Mexico starts getting hot when you get about 100 miles south of Albuquerque. It starts getting real hot.
My hottest day in the desert, and I think it's still on record there, and you probably won't even believe me when I say it.
1,000,000 degrizzles.
It was 124 degrees.
I believe it.
That's my record, too.
Is it yours also? Yeah.
Needles, California.
Oh, yeah, and I was right next to Needles. I'm talking Lake Havasu, Arizona, which is just across the river from Needles, California. And it was, I have a T-shirt from it because it was the hottest on record, and my family is real ghetto, and they bought us all T-shirts for the hottest.
I survived it!
It was like, I survived 100. And it was so hot that they there's a part of Lake Havasu called the Channel where you can go kind of hang out in. It's the easiest by access to like swim in and stuff. They had to close it down because the E. coli factor in the water with the heat with 124 degrees, the water was like 90. And so you couldn't swim in it, and they had to shut it down for like 2 weeks because of the amount of E. coli that had grown in the water.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Why did you leave?
Shock it with 3% alcohol.
You're right.
I survived and all like
the E. coli will die.
I got this T-shirt and this Budweiser.
See, and you guys laughed at me when I said we had ice stores, but you had to go to the ice store in Lake Havasu to deal with this 124 degree weather.
No, Albuquerque's a very tolerable heat. It's a very, very beautiful weather here.
Well, then I may visit because I avoid the rest of the desert.
I only know Albuquerque from Breaking Bad. That's all I know. I'm gonna be one of those people.
I see.
Where it's like, oh, they have a mountain and some stores. That's cool.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, everybody talks about what that show's done for Albuquerque as far as business and stuff like that. I'm just like, yeah, but what about tourism?
Right.
Just like what Twilight did for that shithole that Bevo likes to go visit. What's it called, Bevo?
Don't hate Forks.
Forks.
Yeah. They were actually shooting outside of our brewery for 2 days straight.
Oh, really?
Last spring, yeah. They were shooting, and it was hilarious to see the cars go by on the backs of trailers.
Yeah,
to do the shots.
Doing driving scenes.
Well, at least you got that instead of Twilight. Imagine if they were shooting Twilight outside your brewery, and then we'd get to make fun of you for that.
Yeah, and then we go to your brewery and go, wow, people aren't as pale as they are in that fucking movie. That's weird.
Right.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
That's stereotyping.
Whatever.
Let's see what else.
Response.
Now, you also won a silver medal for your foreign-style stout.
Yeah, the Malpais Stout. That's our year-round stout. It's it's using Hugh Baird's pale malt. That's the base malt. Unlike what you guys were talking about with Jamie, I still brew that like a home brewer. I throw in 8 different, it's 7 now, 7 different malts into that beer. And
what are the different malts?
Oh, geez, you're gonna put me on the spot. It's let me see. It's Hugh Baird's Crystal 135, 165. It's Hugh Baird's 7080, Hugh Baird's Roast, Thomas Fawcett's Pale Chocolate, Franco Belgis, Kiln Coffee, and Flaked Barley. Did I get them all? I think I got them all.
Again with the flaked barley. Jamie mentioned that also.
It's a good additive, man, adjunct.
Do you use that, JP, in your stout recipes?
I'm more. I've toyed around with it every now and then. I think with the oatmeal, you can't necessarily really tell, but I don't know.
How about you, Tasty? Use flake barley in anything?
I have, but not to any great extent. I've used it just as a small amount, just for.
I think I did it in some weird Belgian pale
texture. Oh yeah, Belgian.
I think but
okay. But again, with all the different kinds of malts, I'm still fascinated by that because so many muddled flavors could happen.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you about that, but what I kind of think about it the same way I think about an IPA's hopping. So with an IPA, I'm going to use a huge array of hops. Actually, our IPA right now is up to 6 different hops.
Wow.
And the reason is because if you get a huge variation from year to year in one hop or even 2 hops, the chances of you noticing a big difference in the overall product the next year is slim to none because you've got such a wide array of hops with a beer like the Malpais Stout, where it's really just a product of an enormous amount of an enormous hop bill. Enormous malt bill. If there's a big variation, some of these malts are coming from very small malteries. Thomas Fawcett's is an incredibly small maltery. If there's big variations of those malts, we won't necessarily notice from one year to the next.
Okay.
I like this. Jeff's really challenging a lot of the assumptions I would have about many of these ingredients, and how he uses them. Hop varieties in IPA. Over time, I've gone simpler and simpler and simpler because I thought that was going to provide more, even not necessarily predictability, but good angular flavors. I really like his approach of, crop variation, getting around that potential issue, and fermentation temperature, a little bit different than some of the common wisdom among a lot of homebrewers, a little bit higher. Ion content in the water, also a little bit more elevated than a lot of people would normally think. And obviously the results are really, really good. Like, it's pretty cool to think about. Jeff's methods are a lot different than some of the common wisdom out there.
Well, you gotta also remember, I'm unfortunately, I'm not a home brewer anymore, and I don't have the luxury of, just kind of throwing caution to the wind and necessarily making the very finest IPA I necessarily can in the given moment. I make the finest IPA can over the course of a year, over the course of many years, and if in a given year, I might smell, the Simcoe that I have, or the Columbus that I have, and say like, "Wow, that's absolutely fantastic. I want to make a single hop IPA with that this year." Well, I can make a single hop IPA with that this year, but do I want to make the same IPA next year with that single hop? There's certain vintages of certain years of certain IPAs that I won't name by name that are single hop IPAs, and they're incredible. But if you do in certain years, I'm sure they're not going to be that great because the crop of that hop that specific year just wasn't that great.
Yeah, you want it to be somewhat predictable year over year. That's what people expect.
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you have a go-to IPA hop that you really like? I know everyone's talking about Simcoe lately. You can't even buy it.
Good.
You have a go-to?
I am well contracted with Simcoe through 2015.
Okay.
That to me is a hop that at this point you need to have in your dry hop. Otherwise, you ain't gonna win shit.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective and probably pretty fucking true.
I think he's right.
It's definitely an advantage.
Yeah. Okay,
you just can't. But Columbus is the predominant hop in my IPA at this point, and the reason I've done that is more than anything just because it has been the most predictable hop over the last decade to me. It's been the one that I've gotten the least amount of petroleum and garlic out of. Obviously, the growers there know what they're doing when they're picking it, and they're doing a good job of getting it off the field, at the right time.
Are the petroleum and garlic flavors, which are, by the way, are both great descriptors, because I know exactly what you mean when you say it. Is that something that's a timing off of the vine thing?
I'm not a farmer. I'm not a hop grower. I just only know what I've read and what I've seen over the last decade or so. We've had some hops go from, like, for instance, Summit. To me, the first year it came out, big orange, mango, cacophony of tropical aromas. The next year it came out, and that also happened to be the year that we all went through a huge hop shortage, and so tons of people contracted huge for Summit. And what happened the next year it came out? Garlic, onions, and petroleum. And on top of that, it was contracted. This might seem like pittance to most homebrewers, but it was very expensive at almost $15 a pound. But to me, it has everything to do, as far as I've heard, everything to do with timing. If you harvest too early, you're not going to get all of the big ripe aromas that you want to out of the hop. If you harvest too late, you're going to get a lot of petroleum, garlic, and onions out of the hop. And so there's from what I hear, it's about a 1 to 2 week window where you can pick, and it's actually exactly what you want to get.
Yeah, okay. Nate's brought that up on the show.
Yeah,
his hop school thing.
Patrick Smith at Loftus talked a lot about that when we were looking at some of the experimental acreage that they had in their fields. Some of that really huge onion and garlic thing I was asking him, he said, you can get this out of a lot of different varieties if you let them go too long. That's a symptom of the hop being left on the vine too long. So kind of like Jeff is saying, that second year of Summit could have been a late harvest.
Yeah,
as part of what happened there, possibly.
Well, which is why you want to check that's why a lot of breweries will. I mean, that's not why, but check you go and get a sample of that crop.
Yeah,
right. And you see what it is, because it does change.
They'll do the rub test on it.
Yeah.
We've had brewers in here say that they can do that. They can take their shipment, smell it, and send it back.
Yeah,
because they buy that many hops. We've also had other brewers in here say, we don't have that luxury. We get what they send us.
Right. Some can and some just can't.
Yeah.
But
you have to be a very large brewery to be able to be if you're going through Hop Union, you have to be a very large brewery to be able to pick what hops you're getting. Brewer Supply Group does allow you to do that. But through Hop Union, you're basically getting what you're getting. The thing that I continue to like about Hop Union is the quality that I'm getting year in and year out from them. The quality of their hops is very high. And as far as Hop Lake Simcoe goes, the reason to me it's so popular year in and year out is because year in and year out for the last 5 years that it's been available it's been the most consistent hop around as far as bang for your buck, as far as total beta acid levels, and as far as that that nuanced cat pee aroma that everybody talks about, you can't every year you've gotten at least some of that it sounds like it would be incredibly undesirable, but for some reason people love it.
Because people are stupid. That's why, Jeff. I'm going to tell you right now that's why. People are stupid.
I think they just love the high alcohol attached to that.
I think so too.
Actually, I wonder if it is kind of a like a Pavlovian thing where I smell that it must have a lot of high alcohol, so I'm gonna drink that.
I'm gonna brew an all Simcoe beer and call it Golden Shower,
and then have it like 4% alcohol.
Dogfish Head's gonna sue you for that. They're gonna sue you.
Oh, that's probably true.
Yeah.
You're right. You're probably entirely right about that.
Well, then call it peeing on you.
Yeah.
And just
be obvious.
Yeah, just straightforward.
Just call it R. Kelly.
Call it R. Kelly. I'm gonna pee on you.
R. Kelly's ale.
That's a good idea,
girl. I'm gonna shit on you too, girl.
All right, where can people find information about your beer, Jeff?
LaCumbreBrewing.com.
Okay,
as well as our Facebook page. They're updated regularly, and we unfortunately right now we are only available in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Okay,
so you have to come here to try us, but we'll probably be available throughout the state of New Mexico within the next year, and possibly outside the state in the years to come.
I hear that 25 people pass through New Mexico every year, so I'm sure you get a big tourist.
Ouch.
Actually, New Mexico is beautiful, isn't it? But it's New Mexico's I think it's a weird state.
Well, it's got the word Mexico right in there. It's not doing it any favors.
They left it there. They left the word Mexico there. We could have done that in California, but we didn't, because we're better at marketing.
One of the first nights I hung out, my wife grew up here in New Mexico. One of the first nights I hung out with her when we were back in college in New York, somebody straight up came up to her and said, You're from Mexico? You speak such a good English.
Oh, wow.
Right.
You should have said, okay.
You got accepted to our college. Oh my God!
Right. Where are you from, Jeff?
I'm from Rochester, New York.
New York. Okay. Wow. Yeah, New York to New Mexico.
But I've been out here for 10 years now, and I love it. It's a beautiful state, and there's a lot of beautiful people here, and I like that white people don't make up the majority. That's kind of cool.
I like that too. Yeah.
If you don't necessarily feel. Oh, you guys live out in California.
We know exactly. Yeah, and in the Bay Area, we know exactly what you mean. I like that too. Actually,
you can get a good burrito out there.
Lots of cool culture here. Lots
Very
of
nice.
really great culture. So.
All right. If you're passing through Albuquerque, New Mexico, you can go visit our friends at La Cumbre Brewery and apparently get some world-class beer, because they did very well at GABF. And only been open for a short time, but Jeff obviously has worked at some other breweries there too. So listen, congratulations on your success. It's really fantastic.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for having me on, guys.
You've given us some really good beer info. I'm going to say the same thing that I said to Jamie to you, because we kind of did this dual brewery show just because Jamie was in town. I'd love to have you back on and talk more beer info. So please do come back on the show, because I think we barely scratched the surface.
maybe next time I can actually send you guys some beer.
That'd be good.
That would also be fantastic. Bevo, do I need to take this call before I get rid of Jeff? Is it for Jeff? Oh, it's not a call.
Use your microphone, baby.
She's just talking to a friend on the phone.
No, nobody was
Jeff.
there.
She's talking to Sam on the other line.
Yeah, I saw that comforter too, but I think it's too blue for our room.
All right, Jeff. Thanks so much for being on the show, and I'd love to have you back, man.
Well, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
All right, brother. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
There you go, Jeff Irway. He's from La Cumbre Brewery, and I mean it.
Wow.
I mean, right out of the gate, I like these interviews that it's a piece of cake to get the beer info right from the start. He jumped right into really showing us that he knows what he's doing in the brewing science part of it, I guess, is what I liked most about it. Yeah. So,
and we need to add Jeff to the list of guests who have a better radio voice than the host of this program.
Agreed. He's on that list. That was a good voice. We got to figure out what headset he's using on that Skype. Maybe I need it.
Wasn't bad.
I'm going to do I'm going to start interviewing from the other room. I'll be on Skype in the other room on whatever headset Jeff is using. It'll be good. I thought this show might be just, obviously, Jamie's kind of a friend of mine, so I thought maybe it'd just be one of these me having fun shows. I think that between Jamie and Jeff, we gave out more beer information tonight than we have in about 4 months.
We should take 2 months off.
I think we should.
I like to consolidate it all into one show.
I like it. Speaking of taking time off, JP, I'm out of town on a Sunday coming up.
And when? I might be out of town also. Where are you going?
No, you have to do it.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Disney World.
Well, no, you're not.
I am. I'm going to Disney World in Florida.
Florida, wow.
My old man is flying us out. He wants to take my nephew to Disney World, so me and KTG are picking up my nephew in Vegas and flying to Orlando.
Yeah.
So, don't worry, he's below the...
Oh, he is?
You should go to Harry Potter Land.
Fuck you.
You know what's weird? Is you took the words right out of my mouth.
That's rude.
So, on March 18th...
I am actually gone.
You're the host of the show.
I'm actually gone that weekend.
You're not.
I think I am. I'll check.
You didn't give me that heads up, so you're no longer gone that weekend. You're working.
I wasn't aware in my contract where it said I had to. Let me double check, but it should be fine.
Where the hell
Who's
are you
the guest?
going?
Oh, we're having our friends from Ladyface Ale House that day.
Oh, really?
Yes, we are.
Oh, good. I love Ladyface.
From where I grew up, Agoura Hills.
Perfect. Yeah. Great. Bevo will be here, I think. And
so I'll have to do all the work then.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
And whoever keeps calling, I'm sorry, something's wrong with your phone. I can't hear anything. So stop calling.
It's Target, making sure your billing address is correct.
They have my cell phone. Duh.
Well, they should really give it back to you. How are you going to play Angry Bird?
Angry Bird. Is that like Rim?
Angry Bird.
I don't even have Angry Birds on my phone. I was just kidding.
Silly. I have Cut the Rope instead.
I have Cut the Rope instead.
I don't have any breaks left in us. So we're going to wrap up everything right now. Drunk of the Week, 888-401-BEER. Call right now.
Unless you're that guy with no voice.
Who can't figure out how to use the phone. 888-401-BEER. We'll do Drunk of the Week right now, and we're going to get out of here. I got KTG's mom in town, and because of that, we're like watching her fucking shitty little barking dog that you hear in the background.
It's a Cornish game hen with a dog tag. I want to stuff it with peppers and put it on a spit.
You and me both. It's such a stupid little fat rat.
It is.
I hate little dogs.
Super fat.
It's super fat. It's a little fucking sausage.
Little football.
Now listen, you all know I'm a dog lover, but truth is I've discovered I'm not really a dog lover. I'm a racist when it comes to dogs. I like large dogs.
You like real dogs.
I like them
real
big?
dogs.
Yeah.
But when it comes to these Yorkshire Terrier,
they're like worse than cats.
Little sausage pieces of shit. I have her cat here too. I have her fucking cat here.
Yeah, well that's
and
fine.
I like the cat better than I like the little fucking sausage.
Yeah.
But on top of that, I thought my man Walker, the judge, would have my back in the cat department because I said, look, we'll watch the cat if it's cool. But obviously, if it doesn't get along with Walker, with the dog, we can't do the cat thing. Walker likes the piece of shit. Like, Walker's getting blowjobs by that cat like every 12 minutes.
Cats are rad. That's why they don't make noise.
It is better than the sausage because of that. But I thought that Walker would have my back so I didn't have to watch the cat.
Walker's dumb.
Walker is dumb.
I wanted to take that little dog and bring it in here and pretend that it was Flabbergale and just say that they have like hypertrichosis or whatever that disease is where you have the wolfman face. Yeah, I go, this is that little ugly dog.
This is baby Esther.
Yeah.
What do people say, that the people that actually like small dogs? What do they list their reasons? Why do they like them? I love dogs. I can't figure it out.
Because they can carry it in a purse.
Yeah, well, a lot of tough guys I've noticed. Like actually, my neighbor across the street, he has a flat billed hat, lifted truck, Harley Davidson, and I see him walking around these two little shithead dogs.
Right.
And I think they like to say because my wife really likes him, but every tough guy likes to cuddle with something, Scott.
Oh God.
You know what I mean?
And you know what? This fucking dog makes a little yippy sound it's making in the background right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's basically every 8 seconds it goes like this.
Nuts. It's like a metronome.
Well, it does that because it wants up on the bed because apparently KTG's mom spoils this piece of shit.
That's the worst.
So it's like at the foot of the bed, like trying to get on the bed for and with Walker, if he wants something and I ignore him, he gives up after 4 minutes. His dog goes on.
Relentless.
And on.
Well, because and it's just the same thing with kids. Why you go to a restaurant and you have shitty kids that go, "Mommy, Mommy," and they go,
"Right.
Not now. I'm talking." But they don't actually discipline that little piece of garbage.
Right.
Eventually they give in. And eventually, the owner of this dog gives in and goes, "Okay, fine."
Yeah.
And then that's what it is.
Yeah, the dog learns to never shut up.
Yeah.
Even though that I know it's an owner problem, I'm going to admit, again, I'm a dog racist.
Agreed.
Of course. Well, also, not to mention that Sam is out there, but he's in the other room.
Why doesn't Sam do something about that yipping dog?
I ran out there. I said,
good
"Shut
for?
the fucking dog up." He said, "What are you
With
doing?"
our daughter.
There it is. There's little Flabbergale.
Bring this. Put it on this camera.
Wow.
Put the dog and the shitty baby on the camera.
Which one is which.
Well, whichever one has shit in its pants is the shitty one. Look at these two things right here. You can't
tell. It's a mirror image.
And by the way, they are both equally fat. Hi, Flabbergale. Flabbergale's staring at me. You both look like sausages to me.
That's because she loves you. Be nice to her.
They're both tolerating this amazingly
I'm
well.
waving at her, the little sausage. They're both sausages. At least that thing shut up now. Sam, just hold that thing for the next hour, will you?
I'm going to put my finger in his butt. Ready?
Poor dog.
Hey, wait.
This poor dog. Hi, Flabbergale. Flabbergale's in the studio and just hanging out.
That is a damn cute kid.
She stares at me weird like Sam does. Sam stares at me that way also sometimes. And
the blank stare.
Yeah.
That thing could either be asleep with its eyes open or a zombie. You just don't know.
Right. Just sit there with those two sausages. Will you, Sam?
Sausage.
At least they're quiet now.
The dog is heavier.
The dog is definitely heavier than the baby. And does the baby like the dog?
Yeah, I think so.
I think she kind of likes the dog.
Does the dog like the baby?
No.
I like that Sam's now been reduced to babysitter. Now that Bevo's back in action.
It's the only thing he's qualified for.
Well done, Bevo. Got the boy just hanging out. KTG brought the baby in here at a break and was like, "Oh, do you want to see the baby?" And Bevo was like, "No, I'm working."
She said, "Do I need a baby fix?" I didn't.
You're like, "No, get that fixed all the time." All right, we got some calls. Let's do some Drunk of the Week action.
And we got Twitter game, too. Don't forget that.
Got some Twitter game. John from Canada is on the line. John, what's happening, man?
Hey, man.
Hey, brother.
What's up, bro?
Well, Drunk of the Week for you?
Yeah, man.
John, are you wearing do you have a flat-brimmed hat on?
No hat today, no.
Not today.
I like that he's from Canada.
No.
Like if I called the radio show and it's like, "Where are you calling from?" America.
Well, he said Ontario. I just didn't feel like typing it.
Ontario, Canada. Come
Okay.
on, man.
All right.
Ontario. All right. John, you been drinking tonight?
How about them?
Oh, yeah, lots.
Leafs.
Actually, I've been drinking since 10 a.m.
Nice.
Damn.
East Coast time.
What's the occasion?
I bottled my first lambic and then brewed another lambic.
Oh,
So,
I like that.
got into it.
What have you been drinking?
Well, I drank a pint of my first lambic straight, flat out of the carboy.
There you go.
And then I celebrated with a bottle of Cantillon.
Attaboy.
And then,
Which Cantillon?
I can't remember that. I can't pronounce the fucking name. It's the one with the grapes.
Saint Lambinas.
Starts with a V.
Saint Lambinas.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you had the Vigneron. The Vigneron.
Yeah, 2009.
That Vigneron moved in next door.
Fucking awesome.
The Vignerons are taking up the neighborhood.
Yeah, they drive by with the loud music.
Yeah.
Then I got into Tasty's Pale Ale. I brewed that 3 times last year.
Tasty's Pale Ale.
Right.
You make a Pale Ale, Tasty?
Yeah.
Tasty APA?
Oh, the APA.
I Facebook Tasty all the time, man.
All right.
That's cool.
I got you.
And
do
then
you have any friends?
Oh, yeah. I had a buddy over to help me bottle the lambic.
You married?
We hung over from our homebrew meeting last night, so he left early.
Sounds like a good homebrew meeting. Sounds like a Brewing Network homebrew meeting. You got a wife?
Yeah, man. Married. 15 years this year.
Sucker.
15?
15.
Shit.
Must be one taller
2 little girls,
SOB.
2 little girls also.
Oh, yeah, hey, man. That's our club, man. Our fucking club's called the SOBs. Southern Ontario Brewers.
See? I knew that somehow.
So, would your wife agree that you're hammered tonight?
Oh, yeah. She has already told me to go away.
She's like, go to bed. Get out of here.
Yeah, she's like, I'm going to bed. Fuck, you keep drinking.
That's a good wife.
Yeah.
I've had that conversation many times.
Yeah. She doesn't want to be pod anymore.
All right. All right, John, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week, man.
Sweet, brother.
You want to shoot off a gun or anything?
No, man. It's Canada. We get no fucking guns here.
Oh, that's right. There's no guns allowed in Canada.
No, man.
What about firecrackers?
Unless you like
Firecrackers
fucking
allowed?
ducks or something.
Right. You firecrackers allowed in Canada?
Only on the Queen's birthday.
What the fuck's allowed in Canada? Nothing's allowed. You can't do anything in Canada.
The only firework that's allowed in Canada is when it explodes
Hey, man,
and has a
I
smiley
can
face.
brew as much fucking beer as I want. I got no 200 fucking gallon bullshit like you guys got.
All right, I like that.
I brewed I 50 batches last year, man.
Holy shit, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I brew every weekend.
Attaboy.
Thanks to you guys, really. My beers have been fucking outstanding.
I bet you that your beers are
the beer we get out
outstanding.
here is fucking shit.
Outstanding.
I'm sure. I bet his beer is outstanding because I always say you have to practice at it, right? Tasty, you got to do it.
50 batches a year.
If he's brewing every weekend, I bet his beer's fantastic.
Oh yeah,
you could get good
My
at it.
fucking beer is awesome, dude.
All right,
John.
I thank Tasty and Jamil for that shit. That's for sure.
There you go.
You're most welcome.
All right, John, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week.
Keep strong, brothers.
Later. All right.
Well, if he brews every weekend, then he would have like 52 batches or something, right?
Well, he's close. He takes 2 weekends off, JP. Leave the guy alone.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah.
Look, I'm not the one who said it.
2 weeks off. Come on.
I'm not the one who bragged.
The Sky is Falling is on for Drunk of the Week. What's happening?
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah.
What's up? What's up, buddy?
He watches Jersey Shore, too. Hey! Cab's here.
I want the Jersey Shore. The Cabs are here.
Hey.
Cabs are here.
Where are you calling from?
Wow.
I'm calling from Tucson. Are you jealous?
I'm really jealous of my desert past. I am. Do I have my geography wrong with you, too, or is it fucking hot there?
No, it's fucking hot here.
All right.
Hey, you talk about being from Havasu all the time. I'm from Kingman, which is like an hour away.
Yeah, Kingman sucks.
Dude, Kingman is like Havasu plus meth. That's the difference, really.
Kingman is Havasu, except that it has the state prison in it, is what the difference is.
Yeah, but the state prison, freaking people escape from there every other weekend, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Hey, listen,
doesn't matter.
I got family that did time in Kingman. This is what kind of family I come from. I got family that did time in Kingman. So
I bet, right?
Yeah, it's no good. It's no good. I'm not even from Havasu. Anyway. I'm like a pussy Havasu guy because it was my parents' vacation place that they retired to. I wasn't even from there. I was from worse than there. I was from Hesperia, California. At least Havasu had a lake. But
yeah, well, that sucks anyway.
You'd be proud to be from Havasu.
So you've been drinking?
Yeah, I would be proud from Havasu. I have been drinking. I've been drinking a shitload. I've been drinking since about 10 o'clock this morning or something.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because he lives in Tucson.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, because I fucking live in Tucson, man. What the
you
hell
kind of
else
wake
am I
up
gonna
and you
do?
go, shit. Well,
yeah,
I'm still in Tucson.
I can't leave, which would be infinitely better than being drunk.
I
But
live in Tucson. What can I do? I can go shoot some guns or something in the desert, maybe.
Yeah.
Or I can drink some beer.
You should drink and then go do that.
You can do both. See, Bevo got hardcore while she was gone.
Yeah. Teaching that kid right.
I like it.
Both, maybe. I can drink and shoot guns.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you?
How drunk am I? I'm going to have to say an 8, maybe.
Wow.
All right.
It's up there.
Yeah, like an 8.
You live alone?
Yeah. I'm alone right now. I'm drinking by myself.
I drink alone.
I'm not judging you.
Yeah, exactly. I drink alone.
I like how the dog is now
nobody else.
barking a lot more.
Yes, someone sped up the metronome.
Yeah, I thought Sam was taking care of that dog, Bevo.
Really? Why are you yelling at me?
Because
You brought it into our lives.
Control that man.
Hey, Bevo, I just want to say that Flabbergale is looking fantastic. She looks like a very healthy little girl.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Flabbergale's like the size of one of your boobs. She's like a pig.
Flabbergale is definitely the size of one of my boobs.
Not your boobs, you asshole.
I think this guy wants to be put on the short list for when Flabby turns 16. You know what I mean?
I think so.
She's looking real good.
Dude, yeah. I'm a big fat ass. I'm not going to deny it right now at all.
How much?
I'm not gonna deny it.
I wouldn't deny it either.
What do you weigh?
That'd be stupid.
What do I weigh?
Yeah.
320.
No.
I'm 6 feet 0 inches. I weigh 320.
It's a big man.
6 feet 320. That is a big man. Holy
I'm a big
shit!
fat load. I'm a big fat load.
What do you need? Like a 3X T-shirt or a 4X?
I don't know. It depends. Sometimes I wear 2X and sometimes I wear 3X.
You know, he doesn't sound 320. You know what I mean? Like
320.
Yeah, a lot of times when you're
the fat chokes the vocal cords,
and you kind of sound like you have a bigger chest cavity.
Yeah,
he kind of sounds more. He sounds like about 120.
He does. And now we have the answer to the question of why he was drinking since 10 a.m. Necessity.
Right.
Yeah, yes,
he needs to kill the pain in his rotting joints.
Exactly. It's necessity, man.
Well, your BMI is 43.4.
Well, probably. I have no doubt about that.
Considered morbidly obese.
How old are you?
How old am I? I am 23 years old.
What? Wow, bro.
Dude, you're going to die.
Yeah, what's up, man? Do you have like some thyroid bullshit, or are you just an unhealthy eater, man?
I don't know. I'm just an unhealthy eater, I guess. I don't know shit.
Let's take his happy drunk and make him feel all bad about himself. What's wrong with you guys?
We're trying to help.
I actually feel bad.
What'd you eat for dinner tonight?
Oh my God!
What did I eat for
10
dinner?
hams.
Actually, I didn't really eat anything. I got some Schlotsky's Deli for dinner, for lunch.
Of course you
I
did.
didn't really eat anything for dinner. You know what I ate for lunch?
What?
I ate a fucking Bell's Hot Slam for lunch. That's what I ate.
What'd you have for dinner yesterday? Tell me everything you ate yesterday. List it off. I'm not gonna. I don't want your beer list. I want your food list from yesterday.
Maybe his gut is his liver.
Let's see. What did I have yesterday? I had a burrito.
Yeah.
How many?
Like a super.
I saw that burrito.
Like a super burrito,
for
right?
dinner.
Took 5 and glued them together.
All right. Yes, super burrito.
I'm not joking. I'm not messing around here.
No, I don't want you to mess
around.
JP, shut up and list it off. The super burrito. Go on.
Super burrito. I had a bratwurst for lunch. A bratwurst.
Just one?
All right.
Just one. Just one.
All right. Go on.
Don't hate. Don't hate.
No.
And then for breakfast, what did I have for breakfast? I had like a
10 babies.
An elk.
an elk. Yeah, a scrambled egg. I think I had a scrambled egg and some bacon for breakfast.
One scrambled egg.
No one just makes one scrambled egg.
2, but you know,
See?
2 scrambled eggs. How about that?
Okay, 11.
And how many beers would you say you had yesterday?
Yesterday I had 6 beers, maybe.
So 12.
Maybe 6 beers.
All right.
So it's my serious question. Like, see a doctor, man.
Well, he doesn't need to see a doctor.
Yeah, well, if he's not eating a whole lot,
I can tell him right now what the doctor's going to tell him. He needs to stop eating like that.
He might have some medical condition.
Well, how big is the rest of his family?
Fat.
No,
That's
he
his
needs
medical
to
condition.
It might be
Eat more often, healthier things,
Right.
and exercise.
Well, he could have a thyroid condition.
How big's the rest of your family?
I'm serious.
Suck a dick. You and your paranoia, but he doesn't have a thyroid
not
condition.
at all. You don't know that. He doesn't know that either.
I know it. I know it.
Then how did he get so fat?
Maybe
Sam, get this shitty ass dog out of here.
I do what I want.
You just
You know what?
let me ask you this.
If I buy if I buy a 3XL T-shirt, that just means it's a little more money for the Brewing Network, right?
I don't want your blood money.
We don't charge more for
You don't
fatty
want my
sizes.
blood money?
I want you to
What kind of
live.
bullshit
I
is
want you
this?
to live a long, happy life.
You're 23, bro.
That's bullshit.
But at the same time, I wouldn't mind going and having him take a video of him shooting like a shotgun with no shirt on. And play it in slow motion. Right. I want to see what happens.
Sky, can we get that from you?
I could totally do that, dude. I'm from Arizona, dude.
Yeah.
Guns are legal no matter what. It doesn't matter.
I'm from Arizona. You don't even know. I know how to slow-mo shoot what?
If I wanted to.
I got a fucking Sony Red. I don't give a shit. I'm from Zona, bro.
Okay, stop.
All right.
Exactly, right?
Now listen, let me ask you this.
What?
What do you do for a living?
I eat.
What do I do for a living? I essentially, my job is the equivalent of watching grass grow for a living. That's pretty much what I do.
What, do you work at a golf course? You're like a maintenance guy?
No, he's a cow.
No, I'm in plastics technology, right?
Okay.
So basically, I watch a plastic part come out of a machine and get cut automatically every minute or so. It's ridiculous.
Are you happy with your life? No, I'm asking honestly.
Yeah, I know,
I want to know if you're happy.
What do you think the answer is?
Because if you're happy, then go on, continue the way you're going. But I feel like maybe you could make some changes.
I'm okay. I'd probably make some changes. I would very much prefer to be like working in a brewery or something, you know.
Right.
But other than that, like I'm not too bad.
When's the last time you walked around When's the last time you walked around the block?
Last weekend, actually.
All right. What do you take the dog? You got a dog?
I'm a big fat load, but I do a shitload of working out. It's ridiculous.
Oh, you do? What do you go to? You go to the gym and stuff?
No.
Well, I try to, but I work nights and stuff, so it's kind of ridiculous.
Pass a Taco Bell on the way and
really
just kind of go.
Will you stop it?
I'm the one who cares about him enough to say go to the doctor.
He doesn't need to go to the doctor.
Yes, he does, dude.
Doctors are a sham. Here's what the doctors
are a sham. Modern medical science is a sham.
Here's what the guy's going to tell him. Same thing I'm going to tell him. He's going to say, listen, buddy, you need some vegetables.
Listen.
You need to walk around the block a couple more times.
He ate probably 1,000 calories like yesterday for breakfast. Or for breakfast. For his whole meal. Let's say 2,000 calories all day.
Super burrito is 5,000 calories right there.
Yeah, no, bratwurst. Let's say 3,000 calories. My point is, you don't get to be 320 pounds eating under 3,000 calories a day. You don't. It doesn't matter if you don't even work out.
You're taking him too literally. That's the problem, JP. That's why he doesn't need to go to the doctor.
Well, because I asked him literally.
10,000. He's eating and drinking 10,000 plus calories a day.
Well,
he sits at a job watching plastic things shoot out of a thing.
I'm really glad this is a beer radio show.
No, wait, this is the Dr. Laura show.
Yeah. You know what, Bevo?
Bevo has nailed it on the head.
All right. Well,
Thank you. I have your back, buddy.
I'll tell you why he's
all fucking 8 acres of it.
I'm going to tell you why this guy's
Bevo, you are the woe man.
Thank you.
I'm going to tell you why he's at the top of my list for Drunk of the Week right now.
Why?
Because he's let you guys make fun of him for the last 8 minutes.
Not just that, he's been very forthcoming, and you're only this forthcoming when you've had a few beers.
No, I think he's one of those fat people that like self-degradation.
No.
Yeah, I'm serious.
All of a sudden, he has a fetish.
I'm serious. He doesn't feel good about himself, and so the best thing to do is let people... Look, who do you think you're talking to? I could testify in court as a fucking professional.
JP, is this your cousin?
Yes.
I'm not JP's cousin.
You're not JP's
Fuck
cousin.
that guy.
Oh, hey, you know what? Don't see a doctor. Hope your little heart explodes.
Maybe it will.
I hope your heart does not explode. Listen, at 23, you got plenty of time to sort this out, buddy.
Yeah, go to a fucking doctor, dude.
He doesn't need a doctor. He needs to exercise.
He needs a doctor. Because actually, you do need a doctor. If you're that big and you start exercising, you could have a heart attack. So you need a doctor to put you through your paces.
You watch too much television.
He's 320 pounds. You know what his arteries look like?
He's fine.
At 23, he's probably fine.
He's fine. See?
The doctor would tell you to go to Weight Watchers.
The doctor would say the same thing I'm saying. That's right. I'm saving the guy money.
Casey is the man.
Casey's saying what I'm saying.
I don't believe it.
Casey, what do you have to say?
Yeah, just go to Weight Watchers.
There you go.
Go to Weight Watchers.
Oh, yeah. They'll save your life.
But you had an egg and a sausage and a burrito all day.
Damn it.
That is... JP, listen to yourself.
Right. Look, I don't care anymore.
The fact that you think that's a healthy diet...
I didn't say it's healthy, but I'm saying it won't put on that much weight for 6...
Bacon and eggs, a bratwurst, and a super burrito, JP. That's a ridiculous amount of food.
It's not that much.
It's enormous.
Whatever. I do what I want.
Yeah. Well, and this is why I'm glad we don't have public free health care. Because then my taxes won't be paying for Fat Boy's knee replacement.
Doing what they want.
Yeah. I don't even get... Oh, shit. That was that my knee or was that a chicken wing? I don't know. Snap.
All right, brother. Exactly. You're in the running for Drunk of the Week, man.
Ain't no thing but chicken wings.
A lot of them.
Yeah, 10 buckets. You weigh 23 stone, bro.
KFC family size.
23 stone, yeah.
All right, Sky. Thank you for being honest with us. And you, sir, are in the you're in the running for Drunk of the Week.
Now go do jumping jacks.
All right, I do what I do.
All right, brother. Later.
Hey, JP.
What?
Hey, JP.
I don't get it.
JP.
I don't get it.
Go ahead.
Suck my...
You just had a heart attack.
He just died. JP was right. He
got all angry and elevated.
Suck my up. Yeah, the fucking heart attack.
The big one.
I wonder he lives on the ground floor.
Oh, shit. What else do I got here, Bevo? Homeless brewer? Homeless brewer.
I'm not sure that's what his name was. I couldn't hear.
God damn it.
I just made him up.
You know,
his name is probably like Alex.
There are only 2 reasons that I'm happy to have you back here.
Homeless brewer.
Left and right.
3 reasons. Because I do like your smile also. But, man, are you a shitty phone answerer.
Dude, I really couldn't hear.
You never can hear. Homeless brewer.
Don't forget Twitter game.
Give me a phone that doesn't suck.
Is it homeless or boneless or what rhymes with homeless? Who are we talking to?
It's homeless brewers.
Homeless brewis.
Honus Brewis?
Oh,
like Honus Wagner?
Okay, really? Can I get some credit now?
If
Dickhole?
JP is there, my World of Warcraft name is Homeless Brewis.
Honus Brewis.
Also sounds like homeless brewer.
H-O-M-U-S.
Oh,
Homus.
B-R-U. Yeah,
I
homeless.
thought he said hummus at first.
Like the garbanzo bean dip?
That's a stupid name.
What?
Yeah, wait, what?
Man, I stopped World of Warcraft 8 months ago, bro. It's all about Star Wars now, baby.
Fuck the World of Warcraft stuff.
Yeah, dude, Star Wars, I'm telling you.
All right, you two. You been drinking all day, homeless?
The quest lines are a lot better. Let me tell you why.
I started at about 1.
All right.
That's Eastern Standard Time.
BC.
over on the west. No, the other side of the West Coast, East Coast.
By yourself?
Now my girlfriend was drinking with me for a while, but she kind of canned on me.
She passed out, huh?
Nah, she didn't pass out. She's just sleeping. I can wake her up. I don't care.
Are her shoes on?
With your...
Huh?
Did she have shoes on?
Hornus bonus.
No, she didn't have any shoes on.
No, then she didn't pass out, I guess. I guess you're right about that. All beer? Or we guys...
got tired. I told her what I was doing. So, last time I did this, she got pissed off, and she could tell you why if I woke her up. But
why'd you get pissed off?
She'd have to tell that story.
You could tell me why she got pissed off.
Yeah, I could.
What'd you do?
Why? I stayed up all fucking night trying to get drunk, and I got drunk.
And then?
And, over on the East Coast here, I mean, fuck here. It's like, what, 11 o'clock now?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just that you stayed up all night, or did you try to...
I'm sitting at the computer desk here just drinking. I got drunk, and I had to go pee, and I peed in the wastebasket next to the desk.
Yeah, that's standard.
That's standard.
Yeah, you get 4 extra points for that.
She didn't find out till, and I didn't know I did it. And then, 3-4 days later, she's like, "What the fuck? There's smell around here." And she's like, and then she went to go look for some business paper she thought she threw away. He says, "What the fuck's going on here? It's all wet." Shit.
Dude,
it wasn't pretty.
That's when you tell her you have a ghost.
Oh man.
As you tell, I peed in the clothes hamper, not there. It was the other place. Yeah,
this shit's haunted. I didn't do nothing.
Yeah, and the thing is, I've done this like 2 or 3 times now. It's just like,
what is it?
I really think you're haunted, bro.
The angriest I've ever been at Sam involved him peeing in a garbage can.
Really?
All over the kitchen, also.
What do you like? I don't understand. Why do you keep peeing in the bucket?
Well, no, that's the first time I did in a bucket there.
Where do you normally pee?
Well, no, I went in the toilet. Shithead.
Have you peed like in the corner of the bedroom and shit?
Well, one time when I was single and I was like 22 years old or something like that, I came out of my bed. I was living with my mom, and I came out of the bedroom and I had to go pee, and I took a wrong turn, and I pissed on my stepdad's nightstand, and he like woke up, he was like getting splattered and like pissed to shit, and
did he beat your ass?
David, what the fuck you doing? And I was just like, oh, sorry. I went around and went back to the bathroom.
Sorry that my wang is next to your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. What you think I'm my stepdad, you know? It's like,
I nominate this entire show as Drunk of the Week,
What
Drunk
a
of the
hot
Year.
damn mess.
Yeah. It's like I was dreaming about asparagus. What the fuck?
Well, my girlfriend could tell the story about the waste paper basket.
I'll tell you what. I will give you Drunk of the Year right now if you go piss on your girlfriend. Just go pee on her.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that.
You don't have to piss on her. You don't have to pee on her head or anything. Just pee on her butt.
No,
girl.
No.
Yeah, I can do it.
Piss on you.
Just I cannot believe you.
What if you
such an instigator?
All right, what if you bring the waste basket into the bedroom next to the bed and you piss into the basket again? She won't even know. She's not going to be mad at you because she'll think you're drunk again.
No, she wouldn't do that.
She would. She'll be fine. Just piss in the waste basket.
No, because, you know what, she takes Ambien and she's out like a light.
Oh, so she won't even know. It won't even be fun.
Well, Ambien gives you night terrors, so she might wake up screaming real loud.
Yeah. She might think a snake is attacking
I
her.
really gotta wake her up really like vigorously,
Right.
vigorously.
Yeah, you do.
All right.
To get her, you know, I mean, but she'll do it. I mean, she'll talk to you if you want to talk to her.
Like right now?
You gotta talk to somebody.
Sounds
on
like a lot of
Ambien.
work.
Yeah, go wake her up. I want to talk to some broad on Ambien.
Oh my god.
Go wake her up.
All right, just say. Her name's Gina.
I think she's already awake. I hear her.
Hey, no, what'd you say?
It's Justin.
Yeah, like she knows who the fuck I am.
Hello.
Hi, Gina.
Hello.
Hey, this is the Brewing Network talking to you.
Damn, Gina.
Yeah. Oh boy, Dave's so excited.
How do you mean? He's got a big wang right now?
Oh well. Yeah. But we're trying to get on this little show of yours for a while now.
Were you drinking with him today?
Oh, I had a couple. Nothing at the level he's at right now.
How drunk is he on a scale of 1 to 10? How drunk is he?
You know, I haven't really seen him in about 2 or 3 hours that I've been out of the room, but he looks like he's doing pretty damn good. I probably have to put it almost to 11 or 12.
Oh. Are you going to have to change the waste paper basket tomorrow morning, you think?
Yeah, he told me he peed in the basket last time.
Yeah, that was real lovely to find that. Yeah, especially on my hardwood floor.
Oh. Mm-hmm. I was trying to get him to pee on you. Would that have shown that he was pretty drunk?
Yeah. They might have done it. Yeah. No, you don't have. Yeah, he's out there.
She would have woken up going, "You are real drunk."
Has he ever peed in your bed before? Like sleeping and he peed the bed?
No. Thank God, he hasn't done that.
That's good.
He does walk around the room in confusion though, and crashes into walls. That's entertaining.
I like that. All right. I'll let you go to sleep. I didn't want to interrupt you. I just thought it'd be fun for a second. So thanks for talking to us.
Okay, here's Dave.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. All right. When we're going to get out of this call.
Hey, Justin.
All right. Yeah.
What's up?
Dave, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week. Your wife confirmed it. So you're in the running, my friend.
That's not my wife. She's my girlfriend.
Oh, you're sorry. My wife is someone different.
Yeah. My wife would be real mad if she...
All right, let me talk to your wife.
Your thing.
No, that can't happen.
Yeah, by the way, I just want to point out, don't protest so loudly next time someone calls your girlfriend your wife.
Oh, no.
It's not good for your relationship. Okay.
Oh, I do it all the time.
I'm sure she's not. I mean, no.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure she's not, but I'm just saying, you know, you don't want to you don't want to argue about it too much.
So, like, no way would that ever happen.
Yeah, you don't want to say things like, "Oh hell, have you seen her?" Hell no.
I can do better than her.
You don't want to do things like that. All right, Dave, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week.
Hey. That's all right.
All right. You're in the running.
Goodbye, Dave.
I got to go. Who else we got? We got Homebrew.
Twitter game.
Homebrew is falling. Homebrew is falling. What's happening?
It's the sky's falling, but a second call.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
What's happening?
Not too much.
Sorry for bothering you at home.
How's it going? You called us.
Oh, yeah, I remember. It was a while ago.
Right.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean, passive-aggressive?
You've been drinking?
Yeah. Here and there.
All right.
Mostly here.
Right. Okay. All right, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week also.
All right.
Let's go for Chris from Sweden on the line. Chris, what's happening?
Sweden.
Hello, my brothers and friends.
Hello.
What's happening, man? You been drinking?
Of course.
What have you had?
That's what you up north.
Up north in Sweden.
Up in Sweden.
All right. Is it not Sweden?
Mm-hmm.
What have you had, Chris?
I don't know if you understand metric system, but I think I've had 1,000 liters of beer.
That's like 4 ounces, dude. Don't worry about it. That's fucking pussy shit.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay.
Or not.
So you've had a lot. What time is it there?
It is soon 6 in the a.m.
Oh, shit. What time did you start?
Oh, I started maybe at 3 in the p.m. and then took a little power nap. And then woke up and started again.
All right. You live by yourself? Do you live...
Just seems awake and going to work again.
Oh, this is the guy we talked about with the cool wife. I think we talked to him once. Like, he drinks all night, and then she gets up for work, and he's still drinking with us. Is that right?
Yeah, she's the moneymaker.
The moneymaker, that's right.
Bring it the check.
Does she shake it?
Did you win Drunk of the Week that time?
No, you guys shafted me in the a-hole.
It happens.
If you're going to get shafted.
It happens, you know? It happens.
There's an opening there.
We've been known to do that.
Yeah.
It's cool. I still respect you guys.
Okay. I still respect us in the morning.
As Whitney Houston used to say.
I want to dance with somebody. All right, Chris, you are now in the running once again for Drunk of the Week.
Justin.
Yeah.
Can I tell you a horrible brewing story?
Yes. Make it quick.
I was brewing beer. A carboy blew up in my arms, and it cut my wrist open.
Oh shit!
No.
How many stitches?
Dude.
Did you have to get stitches?
I think he just bled out.
He needed a fake hand. No, he didn't need stitches.
Was that it, Chris? That's the end? Oh, he's also an epileptic. I don't know if you knew that.
Wow. That was creepy.
Let's play the Japanese video game.
Chris, we're losing you.
No, I think he's right on track.
He sounds like RoboCop.
He sounds like Max Headroom.
I watch RoboCop.
What?
Kim and maybe it's Andy. One of the Woods is on the line.
Yay!
Hi, whichever Wood is on the line.
Hey, it's me.
Oh, hi, Andy Wood.
Hi, Andy.
I know you're not calling for Drunk of the Week.
Hi, Bevo. No, I'm calling for Sober of the Week.
Right. Okay.
You win.
Winner.
I'll put you in the running.
Actually, I was calling to see if I could take some calls.
Oh, you want to take some calls?
Yeah.
Sure. Sweet. Here we go. We got Shrugs on line 4 calling in for Drunk of the Week. You want to talk to Shrugs?
Yeah. Go ahead and put him through.
All right. Hey, Shrugs, you're on the phone with Andy.
Hey, Shrugs.
What's going on?
How you feeling, buddy?
A little drunk.
Oh, a little drunk. What does that mean? Don't say answer the question. Hello?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. How much have you had to drink? Go.
Too much.
Okay, exactly what is too much? Please, go.
Like a few barley wines.
A few barley wines. Exactly how many barley wines have you had? Go.
3 barley wines, pints, and a couple IPAs, and a few pale ales.
Hold it right there. 3 barley wines, comma, pints, or 3 barley wines, pints?
I got 3 pints of barley wine.
There we go.
Okay, which barley wine have you had and how much alcohol was in each one? Go.
Old Guardian.
Okay,
11
good.
Something.
Okay, and you had a pale ale, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now what I'd like you to do you have a pen with you?
You want me to find one?
Yeah, go ahead and take your time and find a pen. We're just going to wait.
Yeah.
That might take a while. I'm sorry.
Okay, you know what? You sound pretty drunk to me. Let's get the next caller. Next caller.
All
On the line.
right. There we go. Shrugs is he's there. We have Juice back, but we already talked to Juice.
We already talked to Juice. We don't talk to Juice now.
Who's on 2, Beef?
Did you talk to Juice already?
No, we didn't talk to Juice.
You didn't
Yes,
talk
we
to
did.
Juice?
When? Yes, no, he called
last week.
He called for one of our guests.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or he asked a question in the chat.
All right, Andy, you have Juice on the line. Hey, Juice.
Hi,
Hey,
Juice.
what's up?
Is it Jews or Juice?
I thought it was
It's fucking
Juice.
juice. I'm not a Jew.
Would there be a problem if you were a Jew?
Not for me, no.
There we go.
Do you consider yourself racist?
Just against Jews.
Okay, we'll take that as a yes. Are you drunk? Go.
What? Yeah,
Are you
I'm kind of drunk.
Okay, good. And what have you had to drink, beginning with the first drink and the time and the amount? Go.
Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know, dude.
You called in for Drunk of the Week, did you not?
I did.
Okay, then let's go ahead and get started on your resume. Let's hear it.
Andy's like the DA of Drunk of the Week.
Shut up! God damn it!
Sorry, carry on.
Dude, last time I called in for Drunk of the Week, I drank a whole fucking case of beer, and you guys thought I was lying, so I'm not even going to list off my resume. I'm just really drunk. We'll put it that way.
Okay, are you still drunk from that case of beer that you had last week?
Talking to the microphone, Andy.
No.
Are you still drunk tonight? Okay, no. So what have you had tonight? Let's be serious. Let's go. This is serious business, and trust me, I know what it's like. So go ahead. I know you might be nervous. Don't be nervous. Just tell us what you had.
Okay. I know I had a 3 Philosophers.
That's a good beer. 3 Philosophers.
And yeah, it was pretty good. It was a 2010. I pulled it out of my basement.
It's pretty sweet, right?
An Ale Smith Wee Heavy.
Ale Smith Wee Heavy. Got it. Go.
Yep.
I'm with you now. All right.
Not Belgio, Stone Guardian, whatever the fuck it is, the Belgian one, or the barley wine, and then a shit ton of homebrew.
Juice, can I ask you a question?
You sure can.
Are you from the East Coast over there in Boston?
I'm just south of Boston, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's what was the case, because I heard you got that Southie voice. All right, so you're feeling pretty good, right?
Are you from California? Can I ask you that?
No, I'm from East Coast, Maine, up in Falmouth.
Okay, good.
All right,
All
then.
right, I won't
Take
make
down.
any
Here's
jokes,
what I want you to do. If you want to win this, you got to do what I say. Okay? I've done this before.
I'll try it.
All right, unzip your pants.
What?
Unzip your pants.
You're from Japan?
No, I'm going to say it one more time. Unzip your pants.
Unzip my... Dude, I'm not wearing pants.
Stop answering your question with a question. Just unzip your pants. I don't got much time. Go.
Dude, if I had pants, I'd unzip them, but I'm not fucking wearing them, dude. I'm in my boxer shorts, yeah.
You're naked from the waist down.
Andy, we're losing you. Andy, where'd your microphone go?
I'm not naked. I got boxers on. It's still a little cold. We get a mild winter, but it's a little cold, so I'm still wearing boxers.
All right. So that sounds pretty good. Okay, then next caller.
Juice, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week, my friend. The Sky is Falling, who is the fat guy, Andy, wants to talk to you. Is that okay?
Oh, perfect. This guy I've been waiting for. Can you hear me okay?
Beav, what's he on, 2?
I thought he was 1, but actually it's 2. Sorry.
All right. Yeah, I can hear you okay now. You kind of fade out there, Andy, but now you're back. Sky is Falling. You're on the phone with Andy Wood.
Hi, Sky.
Hi, Andy Wood.
Hey, buddy.
Andy
How are you
Woodville.
doing, pal?
I'm good. How are you?
You know what? I'm feeling pretty good, but I want to know how you are.
I'm feeling pretty drunk, I guess.
Okay, so how much do you drink every night?
How much do I drink every night?
Why do people answer questions with questions? Just answer the fucking question. How much do you drink each night? It's funny, right?
Hey. All right, I probably drink like maybe 2 beers every night. I work night shifts,
Liar.
So basically, my beers, when I drink them, are at 8 a.m. maybe.
Are these beers in the shape of a small bucket?
Are they in the shape of a small bucket?
Is it me? Okay, let me just get some feedback. Is it me or is everyone answering my questions with questions?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Okay, go ahead, buddy.
The answer to that question is yes. The answer to that question also is yes.
Okay, so you drink out of a bucket?
The beers I drink are in the shape of a small bucket.
A small bucket, okay. All right, well, that's all I got for you. Next caller.
All right, there we go. And Beav, I'm getting confused with this. If we're starting to repeat phone calls now, then we're done.
Yeah, it's repeat phone calls. The first guy is the homeless guy again, and then it's Shrugs again.
Okay, that's fine. We don't need to speak with them.
Okay, I think I'm done here, Justin.
Homeless was quite offended you didn't ask for his resume.
Oh, yeah. Andy, do you want to get Homeless's resume for me so he doesn't cry?
No. Let me think about it, yes.
No.
Which one is he, Beef?
He's 4.
All right. Do that for me, Andy, would you?
This guy he's homeless, correct?
He's homeless. Yeah, go ahead. Homeless Brewers, you're on with Andy Wood.
Homeless.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Yeah.
How's your home?
Homeless.
Homeless, I got it. So where do you live?
Yeah. Homeless Brewers.
Okay, so you're homeless. We got that. Are you doing okay? Is there anything we can do for you?
No, not homeless. It's
you know what I found, homeless brewers, that a lot of homeless people around here have pets, mainly dogs. Do you have a dog to protect you? We're worried. Go.
Yeah, I got a chocolate lab. He's really protective. Yeah.
Those are great dogs, and I'm glad to hear that you're being protected. Do you need help?
He's a chocolate lab husky mix, and he's like ferocious.
Let me tell you right now, is the dog near you?
I can't find him. I think
okay, exactly. You know why? Because he's right fucking behind you. Turn around.
I think he's in bed with a girlfriend, and it's not good.
Okay, well, that's good. He's probably having sex with your girlfriend. Okay, what have you had to drink?
What I had to drink?
Yes.
Besides Ripple, because we know that's what all the homeless people drink. Am I right?
I'm not fucking homeless. Stop it.
Okay, it's okay. We know you have a home. Everyone has a home. Home is where the heart is. Am I right?
Well, I don't actually have a home. I'm living with my girlfriend.
You're homeless.
Okay, well, so you don't have your own home then, and you live... Okay, well, let's just go with that then. What have you had to drink?
You have a German Shepherd, and you're homeless.
And you're followed around by this German Shepherd.
German Shepherd. I got a chocolate lab with husky mix.
A chocolate lab, is that where you make chocolate, like Willy Wonka? Is this one of your fantasies?
You're not on crack, are you, homeless brewer?
I'm not a homeless brewer.
That's bad business. Just ask Whitney.
He said chocolate lab. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. You've had some Ripple?
I've been listening to you guys since like the 5th.
I'm sorry. Was that one word?
All right. I'm not going to let you two abuse each other.
I'm not abusing anyone. I'm sorry.
Andy, stop abusing homeless brewer.
Okay, I'm sorry. Homeless brewer, I apologize. I'm just a guy trying to, make his way through the world like you are, right?
All right, Bob, hanging out on both of you now. Thank you very much. Homeless Brewer, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week. Andy Wood, you're fantastic. What can I say?
Not homeless.
Not fucking homeless.
I don't have a German Shepherd.
All right.
Am I in Japan?
JP, do me a favor. Have a shittier look on your face.
What are you talking about?
Talking about that fantastic segment and your shitty look on your face.
I don't have a shit. This is how I look.
It's a shitty look.
That's just the way his face
right
looks.
now.
All right. You guys ready to vote?
Yes.
We have John.
Oh, does Bevo know the new rules? It's got to be unanimous now.
Let's be unanimous now.
Oh.
We'll be here for a while. Get ready.
We have John, who is the Lambic guy, and brewed a bunch of tasty APA, and his homebrew club was called SOB. Those are the notes I have. Then we have The Sky is Falling from Tucson. He was big and fat.
Big boy. 320.
Yeah.
It's not nice.
Then we have Homeless Brewer.
It's not nice, but it was true.
A homeless brewer was the guy who pisses on everything.
Piss, piss, piss.
Those are the notes I have. Then we have Homebrew is Falling. And he didn't talk to us about anything.
Well, because we bothered him at home.
Right. We asked him things, and he just kept answering in simple yes and no answers. Then we had Chris from Sweden. He's called in before.
His wife's the breadwinner.
He's been drinking since 3 p.m. It's now 6 a.m. in Sweden. We should note that. Then we had Shrugs, who Andy interviewed, and found out that he had 3 barley wines, a couple of IPAs, and a shitload of other things. Then we had Juice, who had a 3 Philosophers, a Wee Heavy, a Stone Guardian, and I don't know what else.
He wasn't wearing any pants either.
He also was not wearing any pants. And
Philosophers.
I believe he's from Boston.
Just south of Boston.
Those are our people. Everybody got it?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Raise your hand if John from SOB is drunk of the week. No hands. Raise your hand if the fat is falling, otherwise known as the sky is falling, is drunk of the week. All right. I think we got 3 votes there. It's going to be a long night.
4.
Raise your hand if homeless brewer is drunk of the week.
He was the most drunk sounding of everybody.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. I could be swayed that way. Raise your hand if homebrew is falling. The guy who didn't talk to us is drunk of the week. That's a big 0. Chris from Sweden. Not even a single vote. He was drunk.
He was.
But,
I like him.
You know.
No votes. Shrugs that Andy interviewed.
Everybody's voted.
No. And then Juice. I have to go down the protocol, Bevo. It's protocol.
Yeah, in case we get asked later on, like a year from now.
And then Juice.
The Internet Podcast will audit us.
All right. How many people are in this room? 6 of us. 3 of us voted for The Sky is Falling, and 3 of us voted for Homeless Brewer.
I would have voted for Sky's Falling, except for I feel like he lost his buzz during the 15 minutes we talked to him, and we harshed his Mel, and then he couldn't have been as drunk at the end of that phone call as he was when he called us.
Right. Plus, I'm willing to sway my vote just because Homeless Brewer started to get real angry.
He got real mad.
At the end, and that tends to be a sign of drunkenness. By the way, there's a weird baby peeking its head in the door. Weird fat. It's a weird fat animal.
She's adorable.
All right, I have now moved my vote over to Homeless Brewer, which makes it 4.
Right.
Because the anger has swayed me. Plus, I think you're right. We talked to a fat guy long enough for him to sober up.
We killed his buzz.
Tasty, where's your vote lie? You originally...
I was with Sky.
What do you think? Can you be swayed?
I could see. I'm only 50-50, so I could switch over just for the sake of getting a quorum here.
All right, Tasty has switched over.
Yeah.
And who was the third vote for Sky? Was that
Homeless?
Nate?
Yeah, I could be swayed. Yeah, he was getting pretty angry, pretty aggro. Sounds like he was drinking whiskey or something there towards the end.
Sure.
And he woke his wife up?
Homeless Brewers.
He did wake his wife up, that's true. And he pees on a lot of things.
Yeah.
And also, if we don't pick The Sky's Falling, we'll get him to compete again, and I had a lot of fun talking to him.
Yeah.
That's true.
So, I think it's now unanimous. Homeless Brewer.
Yeah.
I'm not homeless is drunk of the week.
Yeah, I'm not homeless.
German Shepherd.
I'm not homeless.
And
all right, JP.
I think his name may have actually been changed to Homeless Brewer.
Did he not change it? Now that he stopped being aggro about it?
He didn't.
I see. Somebody out code did or something. I love it. Okay, and JP, how about our Twitter game?
Twitter game. The question was, Tasty and a polar bear enter a cage. Who wins and how? This is actually one of the more creative
I love it.
games. It's pretty good, and so as a result, it was very hard to whittle everything down. Jason Sauer says, Tasty wins by jamming hops down the throat of the polar bear. I like that one. It's pretty creative. Steve Maloney says, Tasty, the polar bear can't stand the yep, 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 yep war cry. Eric says, the bear easily catches and devours Tasty, only to die due to alcohol poisoning. The winner...
Oh, damn.
The winner is the audience. Which I agree.
Yep.
Mycona says, neither lose. Tasty finds out how the polar bear loves Janet's Brown, and they debate the importance of mash hopping.
That one is awesome.
Slobber Chops says, Tasty intoxicates the beer with Janet's Brown Ale and stabs him. Tasty's from Oakland, so I assume he stabs a lot of folks.
Wow.
Tasty's not from Oakland.
No.
Cote says, obviously Tasty. He'll whip out the bottle of Janet's Brown that he always carries with him and uses it as a club.
Mm-hmm.
Nicholas says Tasty would win by getting the polar bear drunk with his Tasty beer and beating said beer with the sock containing brewing awards.
Yeah.
Gator Beer says they'll both win because Tasty will get them both drunk on homebrew and they'll stumble out.
Yeah.
Yep. Homebrew Lover says Tasty would win with a pair of broken growlers glued to his hands. And Scott says the polar bear shows Tasty her boobs. He gives her a Tasty patch. She cracks his skull and eats his cookies.
Oh, the polar bear wins.
Yeah.
What was did I miss the one that you read to us at the break? The very
that was
first
just
one?
that was just in the chat.
I still like it.
Yeah.
Can you read it, please?
I can't remember it now.
I think it was Tasty wins by spooning.
That's right. that would be a good one. However,
it was not tweeted.
No, it wasn't tweeted, so I couldn't allow it. It was disqualified.
All right, JP, what are your favorites?
I like the growlers, the broken growlers glued to his hands. That was a good one.
What was the polar bear wins one? I kind of like that.
That was
where he eats your brains.
Something.
The zombie polar bear.
I don't think he ate his brains. I think he ate his
cookies.
Yeah.
I like. What was the mash one? I like the. There was a mash one.
They both get drunk and discuss.
The debate importance of mash hopping.
That's my favorite.
I like that one too.
All right, well that's it. Then Iconis wins again. I think he's already won.
Oh, he has. He's good.
Like
at
a while
this
ago,
game.
yeah. So.
I mean, I'm not saying that's a victory. You don't have to vote for that.
No,
one.
I don't.
That one just has my vote.
Yeah.
Read it again.
Neither lose. Tasty finds out how the polar bear loves Janet's Brown, and they debate the importance of mash hopping.
It does violate the rules because you said the rules are 2 men enter, 1 man leave.
I want to know,
So
but,
he's disqualified.
Okay, he's disqualified. Fuck that guy.
I don't like the growler one, though. What were some other good ones?
Alcohol poisoning?
He eats me, and he gets alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
I like that one.
He would, today he would, actually.
That one wins.
That's good. Or the jamming the hops down his throat. Tasty would win by killing the polar bear by just shoving hops down the polar bear's
It's a funny visual. It's quite, exactly. It's quite
I really
image.
like the yep war cry.
That's
the
good.
yep war cry.
Read that one. What's that one?
Tasty wins because the polar bear can't stand the yep 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 war cry.
What would it sound like in war cry form?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Basically,
so.
yeah, he's.
It sounds like that fucking dog in my other room.
Right.
It does.
Huh. All right, I like Yep Yep War Cry, and I like the hops one too. This is tough.
It's a tough one. We had some pretty good, and I'm getting messages from people going, "You didn't get mine."
I would like Tasty to win this war, so I say hops down the throat. What do you think? Anybody with me?
I could go there.
Nobody's with me.
Don't like that one as much.
You all would prefer what?
Well,
the Yup war cry. That's
Yup war
got
cry.
my vote.
Is that what you want,
If
Nate?
we're gonna have Tasty win, I was gonna say alcohol poisoning, but if Tasty's gonna win,
Oh, that's true. I do.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one.
I changed my vote to eats Tasty, dies of alcohol poisoning.
I second that.
You're all over the place tonight.
I am.
So we got the jam and the hops, we got the polar bear, the yep yep war cry deal, and the alcohol poisoning.
Alcohol poisoning. Anybody else? Everybody.
All right, there you go.
Who's that? All right.
Eric, send me your information, and maybe I'll get you something.
Yep.
Okay. And that's going to do it for us today, except that I need to remind you that you can go to beersmith.com and get your free 21-day trial of Beersmith brewing software. And if you're looking to brew any of the recipes that we talk about or with the ingredients that we talk about on this program, Beersmith is the way to go. It's easy to use. The technology is actually new, like within the last decade. Which is kind of amazing. Not to say that other software isn't fine and good, but if you want something up to date, you can get support for it. You can email Brad yourself. You can go to his blog. There's over 300 recipes on the website. All sorts of different ways to use Beersmith brewing software, and I think I'm doing an interview with Beersmith next week.
Yeah, you and I are, I think, right?
He does a blog also, and he wants to do it might even be a video
This
blog.
a podcast or something, or a video cast or something.
Video cast. I think I'm going to be on that. He wants to interview me about things and stuff. And he's just a good guy. Beersmith Brewing Software. You can go to beersmith.com, get a free 21-day trial, so you don't have to take my word for it. I can spend an hour telling you all the features, but why not just download it for 21 days? And
figure out your damn self.
Get to know it your damned self, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be happy with it. So check out beersmith.com. All right, we're off air next week. I'm going to Big Joe Hurt's wedding.
Oh, nice. I thought he already got married.
They did already get married, but they're all freaky like that. You know how people do that? They're like, well, no, actually, we already got married, but this is the wedding that you're all allowed to come to.
I thought it was just a reception.
It is
They
a
just
reception,
want to get presents.
but they call it a wedding, and it's a reception. It's at a bar.
Yeah, I can't go to that.
Yeah.
Why?
I'll be there.
Why can't you go?
I have a 4-month-old. You can't
Oh.
bring a baby in a bar.
You mean
Sure
you're
you
going
can.
down there, but you can't bring... You can bring I'll get the baby in. Don't worry.
It's okay. I made other plans for the day.
Oh, I see. You don't even want to go.
Well-
Why are you even
Then
going
why,
down there?
why are you going down there?
You stay home with
Well,
that fat
because-
baby.
Well, I wanted to go until I realized it was in a bar. I don't want to bring my baby into a bar.
Yeah, so why are you going? That's the question.
It's not going to be the last time your baby's in
Well,
the bar.
now I'm going to San Diego while you guys are there.
When your baby flies, do you have to buy a second seat for it?
Not until she's 2.
No, I meant because your baby's so fat.
Right, you can't. That's not funny, JP.
Not amused.
JP, that wasn't even funny.
No.
The look on Bevo's face says that's
If
not funny.
if Flabbergal and the Sky is Falling had to fly together, they couldn't all sit in the same row. Because that would be 4 seats.
I don't think they can sit on the same plane.
She only weighs like 16 pounds. She's not that big.
Yeah, and she should weigh like 4. I told her in the kitchen. I said, remember, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels, and she just kind of puked.
She kind of put her finger down her throat and puked.
I hope she puked on you.
It was really weird. All right, I think our work here is done. Thanks to our sponsor, More Beer, and all of our sponsors today. And we'll see you in a couple weeks when we come back. JP?
Yes. Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. The Trophy Fire's new album entitled Modern Hearts is available now at graydayrecords.com. Pick that shit up and support our friend and yours, Mr. Adam Schumann, and his balding head. Moscow has some paintings for sale, some shit like that. So check out the beer art thread in the Be In forum. Go to www.thebrewingnetwork.com/forum and then check out all the beer art. Get all the latest information on Nate's band Brain Oil by going to brainoil.com and check out Nate on Twitter at Nathan Homebrew. And while you're there, why not start following Nicole at beer_muse for some great beer information. Follow JP on Twitter at Major Jip with 2 P's if you like trivial complaints about life in general. And be sure to read his blog at moderndaymerrick.blogspot.com. And be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter. Bevo has a fat baby.
Justin's a nice guy, and when